Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Mikana. The silence in Lord Malakor's vault is a living thing. It has a weight and a texture, pressing in on me from the cold grey stone walls. It smells of dust, oiled metal, and the faint, cloying sweetness of dried blood that never quite scrubs clean from ancient relics. My fingers, stained with ink at the tips, hover over the vellum ledger. The quill between them is a sliver of bone from some creature I'm better off not identifying. Before me, resting on a cushion of black velvet, is today's task. It's a heart. Not a real one, of course. Malakor prefers his horrors to be everlasting. This one is carved from a single piece of xanthonite, the deep ruby-red gemstone, catching the sterile, magical light and pulsing with a slow, sickening rhythm. It's a masterpiece of the Zagfer caste, no doubt. The artisan probably lost his mind, carving the intricate web of veins that wrap around its surface, each one thinner than a strand of my own dark hair. The magic thrumming from it is old and layered with pain. A low, constant hum of misery that makes the teeth in my jaw ache. My job is not to feel. It is to observe, to document, to catalogue. I dip the quill into the pot of ink, the scratching sound unnaturally loud in the tomb-like quiet. Item number 734, I write, my script precise and devoid of flourish, exactly as he taught me. Source: acquired from the ruins of the Milthian stronghold following the pacification of the Southern Isles. Pacification. That's the word he used. I remember the report from his Miu commander. The words spoke of honour and a necessary culling. The bloodstains on the commander's armour told a different story. I lean closer, my breath misting in the frigid air. The xanthonite heart is not the true artefact. The artefact is the cage of silver wires that contains it, a delicate latticework that seems to grow out of the velvet cushion. The wires are fused to the gem, digging into it like hungry roots. At the apex of the cage, where the wires twist together, sits a small black pearl that seems to drink the light from the room. That's where the real magic is coming from. The cage isn't meant to protect the heart. It's meant to squeeze it. Description: a xanthonite carving in the shape of a minotaur's heart, held within a silver-strung containment cage. The cage is affixed with a single black pearl, believed to be the focusing conduit for the object's enchantment. My gaze drifts over the other shelves that line the circular vault. Each item sits in its own pool of light, a curated collection of suffering. The screaming mask of a Perna matriarch, its mouth permanently agape. A set of flutes carved from the femurs of an orc shaman, said to play the melody of a man's dying breath. My master is not a collector of things. He is a collector of last moments, of agony captured in crystal and bone. A deep, resonant tremor shudders through the stone floor beneath my feet. I don't flinch, not outwardly, but my stomach clenches into a tight, cold knot. The inkpot rattles softly against the wood of my small scribe's desk. The tremor isn't seismic. It's alive. It is followed by a roar. It's not a sound of simple anger. It is the sound of pure, bottomless agony. a rage so profound it has been stripped of all thought. It echoes from deep below the estate, from the reinforced cells where Lord Malachor keeps his pet, his hound. The door to the vault grinds open, and I force my shoulders to relax, my eyes to drop back to the ledger. 2 guards, their dark elf faces impassive and cruel, step inside. Their armour is the colour of a starless night sky, polished to a mirror sheen. The serpent sigil of House Malachor is emblazoned on their breastplates. "The master wants the casket of whispers," the first one says, his voice a vicious sneer. He doesn't look at me. In his eyes I am no different from the desk I sit at, a piece of furniture, a tool. "He is preparing for a guest," the second one adds, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. "A special one." They move past me, their heavy boots echoing on the stone. I keep my head down, my world shrinking to the pool of light on my desk, the ruby heart and the scratching of my quill. A guest. The last, special guest was a merchant from a rival city who thought he could outsmart Lord Malachor in a trade deal. They found pieces of him in the kennels for a week. The guards stop before a glass case. Inside rests a small, ornate box of blackened wood, inlaid with silver runes that seem to writhe if you stare at them too long. I catalogued it last season. Its function is to capture a person's secrets, stripping them from their mind one by one until only a hollow, gibbering shell is left. As they work to disable the magical wards on the case, the first guard glances at the heart on my desk. "Another new toy. What does this one do?" "It beats in time with the suffering of its previous owner's bloodline," I answer, my voice a monotone. I don't look up. The enchantment is tied to a binding curse. As long as a single descendant of the Minotaur chieftain who wore it lives, the heart will beat. When the last one dies, it will shatter. The second guard lets out a low whistle. "The serpent's balls. How many are left?" "3, according to the master's intelligence," I say. The first guard chuckles, a dry, rasping sound. "Not for long, I'd wager." "No," I think, dipping my quill again. "Not for long." Malachor doesn't just collect last moments. He manufactures them. Another roar, louder this time, more desperate, shakes the vault. It is closer. They must be moving it. I press my thumb against the back of my wrist, rubbing the small, coiled serpent branded into my skin. A nervous habit, a weakness. He hates weakness. The guards finally retrieve the casket of whispers and turn to leave. The one with the smirking face pauses beside my desk. His shadow falls over my ledger. I can smell the spiced wine on his breath. "You know," he says, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Heard a rumour the hound's getting restless. The curse is fraying." My quill stops. I do not move. I do not breathe. "Don't be an idiot!" his companion snaps from the doorway. "Vexia's work is flawless. The beast is a tool, nothing more. It feels nothing." The smirking guard leans closer, his presence a suffocating weight. I can feel his eyes on my hair, my neck. Maybe, or maybe it's hungry. The master hasn't let it hunt in a month. It likes to hunt, especially something small, something that runs. He's trying to frighten me. It's a casual sport for them, like kicking a stray dog. The pathetic thing is, it's working. My heart hammers against my ribs, a frantic, terrified bird. I force myself to remain perfectly still, my eyes locked on the half-finished sentence in my ledger. He finally straightens up with a disappointed sigh and follows his partner out. The heavy stone door grinds shut, sealing me back inside the silence. But the silence is different now. It is charged, thin. The distant roar feels like a promise. I look back at the xanthonite heart. It pulses steadily. Thump, 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 thump. A countdown. I pick up my quill and continue writing, my hand perfectly steady. Function. The artifact serves as a memento of a significant military victory and a testament to the enduring power of House Malachor. Its aesthetic properties are of primary note, serving as a centerpiece for any collection of rare and powerful objects. That is the official record. That is the lie. In the silent vault of my own mind, the truth writes itself. Function. The artifact is a tool of slow, generational torture. It is a promise that my master's cruelty does not end with a single death. It extends to sons and to daughters, a creeping rot that will consume a family from the roots up. It is a monument to a vendetta, and it will not be satisfied until the last beat of this stolen heart falls silent. I finish the entry, blot the ink, and close the heavy ledger. My work for the day is done. I sit in the cold, perfect silence, the brand on my wrist burning like a fresh wound, and I listen to the monster in the dark below. I don't just hear its rage. I hear its loneliness. It sounds a lot like my own.
Chapter 2. Kale. Cold. The stone floor leaches warmth from my hide, a constant gnawing cold that sinks into my bones. It is the only thing that feels real besides the red. The red is a storm behind my eyes, a ceaseless roaring fire that burns away thought, burns away memory, burns away me. What is left is a hollow space, an ache, a hunger that is not for food. Stone, red, hunger, this is my world. A scent cuts through the damp, musty air of the cell. It is sharp and clean, like winter frost and old power. It is the smell of the sorcerer, the one who unmade me. Vexia. Her presence is a needle of ice against the red fire. Then comes the other scent, cloyingly sweet, like rotting flowers and spilled wine, layered over the faint metallic tang of cruelty. The master, Lord Malachor. My muscles tense, coiling like steel springs. The massive plates of hardened skin across my shoulders and back grind together. The red inside me surges, a tidal wave of rage that crashes against the walls of my skull. It wants to tear, to break, to destroy the source of that scent. But the emptiness is stronger. The emptiness is a chain, forged of black magic, and every link is wrapped around my soul. The rage is mine, but the chain belongs to him. A grinding sound echoes in the dark. The iron door of my cell, thick as a man's chest, scrapes against the stone. Light spills in, a painful, unwelcome yellow from the magical torches outside. It silhouettes 3 figures. The master, tall and slender in his dark silks, looking like a shadow given form. The sorcerer, Vexia, beside him, her platinum hair a stark slash against the gloom, her eyes holding a clinical curiosity. And a guard, his face a hard mask of indifference, holding a heavy chain. The master does not speak to me. He never does. He speaks to the sorcerer. Is the new caller ready? It is. Vexia's voice is like the chime of broken glass. The runes are reinforced. His resistance during the last hunt was noted. This will correct the flaw. Resistance? I don't remember resistance. I remember the hunt, the scent of fear, the chase, the kill. The master's command fulfilled. The brief, fleeting moment the red was quieted by blood, only to return stronger, emptier. The guard steps forward, the chain rattling. I do not move. The chain is cold as it snakes around my neck, clicking into the rusted, fused remnants of the old one. The metal is a familiar weight. It means I am to be led. It means there will be blood. The hunger sharpens. They lead me through stone corridors, my heavy footfalls shaking the ground. The air changes. The damp chill of the lower levels gives way to a warmer, perfumed air. Laughter, light and brittle, echoes from ahead. The scent of dozens of dark elves, their expensive clothes, their wine, their sweat. Guests. We enter a chamber, a circle of dark, polished stone, surrounded by a raised gallery where they stand, looking down. Their faces are a blur of pale beauty and dark amusement. They are here for a show. My show. I am positioned in the exact center of the circle. The guard removes the lead chain and retreats, leaving me untethered. But I am not free. The master's gaze is a chain far stronger than iron. He stands in the gallery, a glass of dark wine in his hand, looking down at me as a man might look at a prized hound he is about to set upon a rat. A gate on the far side of the chamber groans open. 2 more guards drag a creature into the circle. It is a minotaur, a massive being, thick with muscle, a shaggy mane of brown fur, and a pair of long, sharp horns. He's wounded, a deep gash on his leg weeping dark blood onto the stone. But his eyes are filled with unbroken defiance. He wears the broken chains of a captive, not the silks of a guest. "A recent acquisition from the trade routes off Miltar," the master's voice booms, addressing his audience. "He believed his honor was worth more than his cargo, an amusing, if foolish, sentiment. We shall see how much of that honor remains." The Minotaur glares up at him, lets out a defiant roar, and spits a wad of bloody saliva toward the gallery. It falls short. The guests laugh. The master smiles. It is a thin, bloodless thing. He looks at me. He does not speak a word, but the command slices through the red storm going on in my head. Break him. My body moves. The curse floods my limbs, a torrent of power that is not my own. I am a passenger in my own flesh. I charge across the stone circle, a 10-foot-tall object of destruction. The Minotaur lowers his head, horns aimed at my chest. He is a warrior. He will meet his death head-on. A flicker, a ghost of a thought, not my own. A warrior's death. The thought is a spark of warmth in the cold emptiness. It is a memory of honor, of a clan, of a name. What is my name? Who am I? The hesitation is infinitesimal, a single skipped beat in the rhythm of my charge. But the sorcerer sees it. "Subdue!" Vexia's voice cuts through the air, sharp and cold. And Uruk only follows orders, nothing more. The word is a key. It unlocks a fresh agony inside me. The magical runes carved into the collar fuse to my neck, flash with a searing white-hot light. Pain, pure and absolute, lances through every nerve. It burns away the spark of memory, burns away the ghost of a name. All that is left is the red, the hunger, and the master's command. I slam into the Minotaur. The impact is titanic. His horns scrape against the hardened plates on my chest, sending sparks into the air. My hands, tipped with thick, black claws, find purchase on his shoulders. He is strong. He pushes back, his muscles straining, his hooves scrabbling for purchase on the smooth stone. For a moment, we are locked in a contest of brute force. I can smell his sweat, his blood, his fury. It is a clean smell, an honorable smell. The master's impatience is a cold pressure at the back of my skull. Break him. Slowly. My hand shoots out, faster than a creature my size should move. I grab one of his horns. He bellows in rage and tries to twist away, but the curse gives me an unholy strength. I pull. There is a sickening crack of bone. The horn rips free from his skull in a spray of blood and gore. The Minotaur screams, a sound of pure agony that echoes in the chamber. The guests gasp, a collective sound of horrified delight. I am not done. The command is slowly. I toss the bloody horn aside. It clatters across the stone. I grab his other horn and begin to bend his head back, forcing him to his knees. He struggles, his powerful legs kicking, his free hand clawing at my arm, but it is useless. I'm a mountain of cursed flesh, and he is just a warrior. I look into his eyes. The defiance is gone, replaced by a dawning horror. He knows he will not have a warrior's death. He will have a spectacle's death. I twist his head, exposing the thick column of his neck. The red storm inside me screams for the kill, for the final, satisfying crunch of bone and sinew. No. The word is a whisper from a part of me I thought was dead. A protest from the grave of my soul. The master must sense it. His voice, laced with annoyance, rings out. Enough! Finish it! The final command. The final release. I open my jaws, my broken tusk glinting in the torchlight. I sink my teeth into the soft flesh of his shoulder, not his neck. I tear away a chunk of muscle and sinew. He screams again, a choked, wet sound. The hot, coppery taste of his blood fills my mouth. It does not quiet the hunger. It only makes the emptiness feel wider, deeper. I throw him to the ground. He lies there, a broken, twitching mass of fur and agony. His chest still rises and falls. He is alive. Beaten. Humiliated. Broken. The command was fulfilled. The guests are applauding, their polite, manicured claps echoing in the chamber. The master raises his glass in a mock toast to the broken creature on the floor. He is pleased. I stand over the Minotaur, my chest heaving, his blood dripping from my jaw. The red recedes, leaving the familiar, soul-crushing ache in its wake. Vexia descends from the gallery, her steps silent. She circles me, her analytical eyes taking in every detail. The blood on my claws, the shallow rise and fall of my chest. "The motor functions are perfect," she murmurs, more to herself than to the master. "The hesitation is a flaw in the emotional dampening matrix, a psychic echo from the original host. It can be corrected. More thorough mind wipe is in order." She reaches out and runs a slender, gloved hand over the fused collar on my neck. Her touch is cold, clinical. It is not the touch of a master to a pet, but of an artisan to a tool she is recalibrating. It is a violation deeper than any blow. I do not react. I stand perfectly still as the guards come forward to chain me once more. They drag me from the chamber of horrors, back toward the cold and the dark. Back in my cell, the door grinds shut, plunging me into familiar blackness. The scent of the Minotaur's blood is still on me. The ghost of his honorable defiance still haunts the air. The emptiness inside me is a vast, dark ocean, and from its depths something screams. I open my mouth, and the sound that rips from my throat is not a roar of rage. It is a howl of grief for a life I cannot remember, for a name I cannot speak, for a soul that is no longer my own. It is the only thing I have left.
Chapter 3. Mikana. The summons comes an hour after nightfall. Not a written request left on my desk, but a sharp rap on the door of my small, windowless chamber. It's one of the household guards, his face carved from the same impassive stone as the rest of them. "The master requires your presence," he says, his eyes looking through me. "In the lower sanctum." Ice trickles down my spine. The lower sanctum is not for scribing. It is for rituals. I have never been summoned there before. My work is with the dead and their artifacts, not with the living on their way to becoming so. "My ledgers?" I ask, my voice a carefully constructed monotone. A flicker of something, annoyance perhaps, crosses his face. "You will not be writing tonight." He turns and walks away, expecting me to follow. I do. My feet are silent on the cold stone floors as we descend, leaving the opulent upper levels of the estate behind. The air grows colder, heavier, thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something metallic and sharp that catches in the back of my throat. Fear. The sanctum is a circle of raw black stone. Runes are carved into the floor, glowing with a faint, sickly green light. The air hums with contained power. Lord Malachor stands near a central altar, his back to me. He is dressed in ceremonial robes of black silk, embroidered with silver serpents that seem to writhe in the shifting light. He looks serene, almost peaceful, like a priest about to lead a prayer. Vexia, his personal sorcerer, stands to his left. Her platinum hair is a fall of moonlight against her dark robes, her violet eyes holding a chillingly detached curiosity. She is examining a set of wicked-looking silver instruments laid out on a velvet cloth. In the very centre of the runic circle, chained to the floor, is a man. My breath catches. It's Ren, a stable hand, barely a man at all. He can't be more than 17. His face is pale with terror, his eyes wide as he stares at the instruments in Vexia's hands. "Ah, Mykana," Lord Malachor says, turning. His smile does not reach his cold, indigo eyes. "You are just in time. I felt it was important for you to observe the process, to better understand the provenance of some of the items you so diligently catalogue. He is doing this for me. The thought is a shard of ice in my gut. This is a performance, and I am the intended audience." "What was his crime, my lord?" I ask, keeping my gaze fixed on a point on the floor just to the left of his boots. "He was accused of theft," Malachor says, his voice smooth as polished glass. "A silver locket belonging to one of our guests." A lie. "I saw the locket fall from the guest's own pocket in the courtyard this morning. I said nothing. Saying something would have earned me a beating for my impertinence. Saying nothing has earned Ren a death sentence. Vexia will now persuade him to tell us where he has hidden it," Malachor continues, gesturing to the sorcerer. "The serpent values truth above all else, and pain is its most effective midwife." He steps back, moving to stand beside me. So close I can smell the expensive wine on his breath. He wants to feel me flinch. He wants to watch me break. I will not give him the satisfaction. I build a wall of ice inside my mind, brick by brick, until I am numb. I focus on the details, the way the green light from the runes glints off the silver of the chains, the drip of water somewhere in the darkness, the frantic, shallow rhythm of Ren's breathing. I am a scribe. I am an observer. I feel nothing. Vexia picks up a long, thin needle. She approaches Ren, her movements fluid and graceful, like a dancer. "The locket," she says, her voice soft, almost gentle. "Just tell us where it is, boy. It will be so much easier." I didn't take it," Ren stammers, shrinking back against his chains. "I swear on the mother's name." Malachor makes a soft tisking sound beside me. "The wrong god, I'm afraid." Vexia sighs, a theatrical display of disappointment. "A pity." She drives the needle into the soft flesh beneath Ren's fingernail. He screams. The sound is high and shrill, echoing off the stone walls. It tears through the icy fortress of my mind, shattering my composure. My hands clench into fists at my sides, my nails digging into my palms. I force myself to breathe. In, out, slow, steady, do not look away. That is the one rule I cannot break. "An interesting reaction," Malachor murmurs, his voice a deep vibration next to my ear. He isn't looking at Ren. He's looking at me. His eyes are alight with a connoisseur's appreciation. He is savouring my anguish as much as Ren's. Such empathy for a common thief. It's a flaw in your character, Mykana. A weakness we may need to carve out. The torture continues. I lose track of time. Vexia is an artist of agony, her work precise and unhurried. She uses blades that peel skin like fruit rind, enchanted tongs that heat from within, and whispers of magic that make a man's own blood feel like fire in his veins. Ren's pleas for mercy dissolve into incoherent sobs, then to choked, animal whimpers, and finally to a terrifying, gurgling silence. Through it all, I watch. I catalogue the sounds, the smells, the way the green runes on the floor seem to brighten with every scream, feeding on the raw energy of his pain. I see now. The sanctum isn't just a torture chamber, it's a crucible. Malachor is channeling Ren's suffering, feeding it into the very stones of this place, charging some unseen artifact dedicated to his vile god. Ren's body goes limp, his head lolling to one side. A final, shuddering breath escapes his lips, and then... nothing. Vexia straightens up, wiping a single drop of blood from a silver scalpel with a silk cloth. He expired, my lord, without confessing. "As expected," Malachor says, his voice filled with a profound sense of satisfaction. He turns to me, and the look in his eyes is a physical blow. It is a look of ownership, of promise. It says, "This is your future. I will unmake you piece by piece, and I will enjoy every moment." He dismisses me with a flick of his fingers. I walk from the sanctum on steady legs. I climb the stairs. I do not run. I return to my chamber and close the door behind me. And only then, in the suffocating silence of my tiny room, do I allow the wall of ice to crumble. A single dry sob escapes my throat. I will not be next. The decision is not a thought. It is a certainty, cold and hard as diamond. I will not die on that floor. I will not be his next spectacle. The storm hits an hour later, a furious assault of wind and rain that rattles the very foundations of the estate. It is a gift from the guide herself, my cover. I move with a purpose I have not felt in a decade. My plan is a tapestry woven from years of observation. The changing of the guard at the third bell. The blind spot on the western wall, where the refuse pile masks the lower stones. The baker who leaves the scullery door unlatched. From my mattress, I pull a small, hard bundle I have been hoarding for months. A strip of dried Torah meat, a small hard cheese, and a water skin. From a loose stone in the wall behind my cot, I retrieve my greatest treasure, a letter opener stolen from the library months ago. It's long and thin, its steel sharp enough to pierce skin. A pathetic weapon, but it is mine. I slip out of my room, my bare feet making no sound. The corridors are dark, the torches flickering in the drafts. I press myself into the shadows of a tapestry depicting one of Malakor's ancestors slaughtering orcs as two guards march past, their armour clanking. Heard the beast roaring all evening, one mutters. Vexia's going to perform the mind wipe soon, says the last one wasn't thorough enough. My blood runs cold, the Urog. They are going to peel away whatever scraps of his soul are left. I force the thought away. I cannot save him. I can only save myself. I reach the kitchens. The air is warm, smelling of yeast and roasted meat. A hulking figure sits at a table, silhouetted by the dying embers of the hearth. The head cook, a brutish Zagfair with a temper as foul as his breath. I freeze. He is not supposed to be here. My eyes dart around the darkness. A stack of copper pots sits on a shelf in the pantry. An idea, desperate and risky, sparks in my mind. I slip into the pantry, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I nudge the stack with the tip of my finger. They crash to the floor with a deafening clang. What in the serpent's 13 hells was that? The cook bellows, shoving his chair back. He stomps toward the pantry, a heavy meat cleaver in his hand. This is my chance. I dart from the pantry, across the kitchen floor, and through the scullery door he left ajar. I don't look back. The rain hits me just like a physical blow, cold and sharp. It plasters my thin tunic to my skin in an instant. The western wall looms before me, a cliff of wet, black stone. I find the refuse pile, its stench thick in the air, and begin to climb. The stones are slick, my fingers raw and numb. I pull myself up, finding purchase in the cracks, my muscles screaming in protest. Halfway up, a bolt of lightning splits the sky, illuminating the courtyard in a flash of stark white. Hey, what was that? A shout from the parapet above. I freeze, pressing myself flat against the wall, my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. Probably just a branch in the wind. Stop seeing ghosts and keep your eyes on the gate. Another voice answers. An arrow thuds into the stone beside my head, so close I feel the vibration through my teeth. They are shooting blind, a warning into the dark. Adrenaline, hot and sharp, floods my veins. I stop thinking. I just climb. My fingers find holds I can't see, my feet scramble for purchase. I haul myself over the top of the wall, my body scraped and bruised, and tumble into the muddy ditch on the other side. I don't pause. I don't look back. I push myself to my feet and run, plunging into the churning darkness of the forest. The shouts from the wall are already fading, swallowed by the roar of the storm. Rain and tears stream down my face, but I do not slow. I run, my lungs burning, my legs pumping, my only thought a frantic prayer to a God I don't believe in. And beneath the thunder, I can almost hear it. The distant, enraged roar of the hound, unleashed at last.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 4. Kale. The howl of the storm is a welcome song. It is a rage that matches the one inside me, a wild, uncontrolled chaos that speaks to the red fire behind my eyes. Rain lashes against the stone walls of my cell, a frantic drumming that does little to drown out the echoes of my own grief. The door shrieks open, not with the deliberate grind of a scheduled feeding or a planned demonstration. This is violent, hasty. The iron groans in protest as it's thrown wide, slamming against the outer wall. The master stands there, silhouetted by the flickering hall torches. He is not serene. His silk robes are slightly disheveled, his hands clenched into white-knuckled fists at his sides. The air around him is electric with fury, a scent sharper and more potent than any storm. It is the smell of a god's displeasure, and it is aimed at me. He says nothing. He doesn't have to. The command hits me like a painful blow. A spear of pure will forged in his rage that lances through the red maelstrom in my head. It is not a word, it is a feeling, an absolute imperative that sears itself into the core of my being. My property has escaped. Find it. Bring it back. The emptiness inside me, the hollow space where a soul used to be, ignites with purpose. The hunger awakens. Not for food, but for the hunt, for the chase, for the satisfying conclusion of a command fulfilled. It is the only peace I know. The guards are clumsy as they attach the lead chain. Their hands tremble. They can smell the master's rage, and they fear it. I barely feel their touch. My entire being is focused on the command, on the promise of the hunt. They lead me from the dungeons up through the winding stone corridors and out into the courtyard. The storm embraces me. Rain sluices over my hide, washing away the stench of my cell, the lingering scent of the Minotaur's blood. The wind howls, tearing at the banners on the walls. We go to the western wall, to a pile of refuse and filth. The master is there, along with Vexia and a squad of his elite Mew warriors. The warriors hold their spears loosely, their eyes scanning the darkness of the forest beyond the wall. They are tense, ready. It escaped this way, the master snarls, pointing a slender finger at the muddy ditch below the wall. The guards were incompetent. They will be dealt with. He turns his cold indigo eyes on me. Hound, find my property. The guard unclips my chain. I am free. I drop to all fours, my massive hands sinking into the mud. I lower my head, my senses expanding, pushing past the overwhelming scent of the rain and the wet earth. I search for a thread, a single note in the cacophony of the storm. There, It is faint, diluted by the downpour, but it is unmistakable. It is the distinctive scent of the master's estate, of old paper, ink, and fear. But there is something else woven into it, something that does not belong. A trace of warmth, a whisper of something like summer grass and forgotten sunlight. It is a strange, compelling scent that makes the red behind my eyes swirl with a confusing, almost painful curiosity. It is the strong scent of it, the property, the quarry. I have the trail. I let out a roar that tears through the howl of the storm, a declaration of intent, a promise of pursuit. The Mew warriors flinch. Even the master takes a half-step back. I launch myself from the ditch, my powerful legs churning, and plunge into the forest. Branches whip against my hide, thick as a man's arm, but they snap and break before me. I am a battering ram of cursed flesh, and the forest will yield. The hunt is everything. The world narrows to the scent, the trail. The crimson storm in my mind focuses into a single point of predatory light. Every snapped twig, every disturbed leaf, every drop of water that holds a trace of its scent is a signpost guiding me forward. It is fast, faster than I expected. Its fear is a sharp, delicious tang in the air, fueling my pursuit. It tries to be clever. It crosses a raging river, a torrent of brown, churning water that would sweep a lesser creature away. The scent vanishes into the chaos of the current. For a moment, I am lost. The red fire surges, a wave of pure frustration that makes me want to tear the river from its bed. I do not hesitate. I plunge into the water, the icy shock a welcome distraction from the inner storm. The current is a powerful hand, trying to drag me under, but I am stronger. I fight my way across, my claws digging into the rocky riverbed for purchase. On the far side, I cast about, my nostrils flaring, sifting through the scents of wet stone and decaying leaves. There. Fainter now, but still there. The trail continues. The property is losing energy. Its fear scent is mingled with the smell of exhaustion. Good. The chase will be over soon. I crash through a thicket of thorny bushes and into a small clearing. A flurry of motion erupts around me. Black shapes, screeching with fury, launch themselves from the trees. Razor birds. Their wings are like sharpened blades, their talons like daggers. They swarm me, their cries a symphony of rage. They are an annoyance, nothing more. I see my quarry for a heartbeat. A small, dark shape scrambling away on the far side of the clearing. It is soaked, covered in mud, its movements clumsy with terror. It looks back, and in the flash of lightning that splits the sky, I see its eyes, wide, dark. The red torrent in my head screams in triumph. Mine. I wade through the swarm of razor birds, swatting them from the air like insects. Their claws and wings glance off my hardened hide. One manages to slice a shallow gash across my arm, and the sting of pain only fuels my rage. I'm almost upon it. The property. The small, warm, terrified thing that has awakened this glorious hunt. It disappears into a dense wall of ancient, gnarled trees. I follow, but the space is tight. My massive shoulders wedge between two trunks. I roar in frustration and put my full strength into it. The trees groan, their roots tearing from the earth, and then they splinter and break. I am through, but the clearing is empty. The scent is everywhere, confused, tangled. It has gone to ground. I slow my pace. The brute force of the chase is over. Now the cunning begins. The curse is not just rage and strength. It is the instinct of a perfect predator. I know this forest. I have hunted it 100 times for my master's sport. I know the caves, the hollows, the places a small, frightened creature would seek refuge. It is heading for the old temple ruins. A place of broken stones and deep shadows. A place to hide. A place to be trapped. I no longer follow its trail directly. I circle, moving through the forest like a ghost, my heavy footfalls silenced by the storm. I will cut it off. I will be the cage that snaps shut. The scent grows stronger. It is close. I can smell its ragged breathing, the frantic, hammering beat of its heart. I crouch behind a moss-covered slab of fallen stone, a collapsed archway that leads into the temple's main courtyard. I wait. The red storm inside me is a quiet, humming thing now, an engine of pure anticipation. I hear it before I see it. The snap of a twig. A desperate, choked sob. It stumbles through the undergrowth and into the courtyard, collapsing against the central broken altar. It is a small thing, all sharp angles and trembling limbs under its soaked, thin tunic. It pushes its dark, wet hair from its face, its chest heaving. It thinks it is safe. Thinks it has found a moment of peace. It is wrong. I step from the shadows. The property freezes. Its head snaps up and its eyes, the same dark, wide eyes from the clearing, lock with mine. The fear scent that pours from it is a perfume, a feast. It does not scream. It does not run. It simply stares. Its body rigid with a terror so profound it has become stillness. I move toward it, each step slow, deliberate. I am savoring this moment. The end of the hunt, the fulfillment of the command. The red storm roars in triumph. I loom over it, blocking out the faint light from the storm-racked sky. It is so small, so fragile. I could crush it with one hand, retrieve. I reach for it.
Chapter 5. Mikana. My lungs are twin fires in my chest, each breath a ragged gasp of pain. The forest has taken its toll. My thin tunic is shredded, my skin beneath a lattice of angry red scratches from thorns and whipping branches. My bare feet are cut and bruised, every step on the sharp stones and slick roots an exercise in agony. But I no longer feel the pain. I am blessedly, terrifyingly numb. The storm has exhausted its fury, settling into a miserable, weeping drizzle that clings to everything, making the world smell of wet rot and decay. I stumble through a final wall of dripping ferns and into a clearing. Before me, stone claws at the sky. The ruins of an old temple, surrendering to the forest's slow, green embrace. A courtyard of cracked flagstones is choked with moss, and a central altar, a massive slab of granite, lies broken in two, as if struck by the fist of a god. Ivy pours over crumbling walls like a silent green waterfall. It is a place of forgotten things, a tomb. It is a good place to die. I know it's coming. I can feel its presence behind me, a pressure in the air, a shadow moving through the trees. The chase was never a race, it was a countdown, and my time is up, my legs give out. I collapse against the broken altar, the cold, wet stone a shock against my back. I slide down its mossy surface to sit on the ground, my head tilted back, letting the rain fall on my face. There is no fight left in me. I ran. I chose the manner of my end, and this is it. Better the swift violence of a monster's claws than the slow, artistic cruelty of Lord Malacor's sanctum. The forest falls silent, the drip of water from the leaves, the sigh of the wind. It all fades away, replaced by a new sound. Thump, thump, thump. It is a footfall, heavy and deliberate. It is not the sound of a mindless beast crashing through the undergrowth. It's the sound of a hunter who knows its prey is cornered. The ground beneath me vibrates with each step, a deep, resonant tremor that travels up my spine and settles in my teeth. I close my eyes. I picture Ren's face, pale and terrified in the green light of the runes. I picture the Minotaur, his honourable defiance broken in the arena. I will not scream. I will not beg. I will give my master no final performance to savour in the reports of his handlers. He steps into the clearing. I force my eyes open. The sight of him steals the air from my burning lungs. He is larger than I remembered, a mountain of scarred hide and twisted muscle that blocks out the grey light. 10 feet tall at least. His skin is a patchwork of grey and darker, hardened plates, like armour grown from within. Rainwater sluices down his massive shoulders, tracing the paths of old ropey scars. The broken stump of one of his lower tusks is a jagged shard of bone jutting from his jaw. But it's the thing around his neck that holds my gaze, not a collar. It's worse than that. It is a ring of rusted black iron that has been fused directly to his flesh, the metal bonded with the muscle and sinew in a permanent, grotesque union. Runes are carved into its surface, runes I recognise from Malakor's books, runes of binding, of dominance, of pain. He stops a dozen feet away, his head lowered, his massive form radiating a palpable heat. He watches me, and I watch him back. This is the Master's hound, the perfect weapon, the mindless beast. But the eyes are not mindless. They are a swirling molten amber, like trapped fire, and in their depths, beneath the red haze of the curse's rage, I see it, a flicker of something ancient and tormented, a prisoner rattling the bars of its cage, the ghost of a soul. He takes a step closer, then another. The ground shudders. He looms over me, a monolith of captured violence. I can smell him now, the scent of wet fur, of blood, of the storm. He raises a hand, a gargantuan thing tipped with thick black claws that could tear me in half without effort. This is it, the end. A strange calm settles over me. The fear is gone, burned away by exhaustion and a sudden, inexplicable wave of pity. Not for myself, for him, for this magnificent broken creature, twisted into a tool for a master he can't defy, his own name forgotten, his spirit buried under layers of someone else's hate. He will drag me back. Malakor will have his prize, and this creature will be sent back to its cold, dark cell, to the emptiness and the red storm, until the next hunt. He deserves better than that, even if it's just for a moment. I look past the monster, past the Urog, and I speak to the prisoner in those tormented amber eyes. My voice is a whisper, barely audible above the dripping rain. I use the words I read in that stolen book of orc lore, a funeral rite for a fallen warrior. May your spirit find peace. He freezes. His hand, inches from my face, stops mid-air. His entire massive body goes rigid, every muscle locked tight. The red haze in his eyes churns, warring with a wave of utter confusion. A low, guttural sound rumbles in his chest, not a roar of triumph, but a groan of profound, soul-deep agony. It is the definitive sound of a chain, stretched taut for centuries, suddenly snapping. He stumbles back a step, his head shaking from side to side as if trying to dislodge a spike driven into his skull. He looks at his own hand, then back at me, and the raw bewilderment in his gaze is a shockingly human thing to see on that monstrous face. The power dynamic, so absolute a moment ago, has shattered. He is no longer the hunter, I am no longer the prey. We are just two broken things in a forgotten ruin, caught in a moment of impossible stillness. The moment is broken by the sound of voices. There they are, by the altar. Two figures step into the clearing from the opposite side, Miu warriors, Malakor's handlers. They are dressed in sleek black armour, their dark elf faces arrogant and cruel. They hold long barbed spears, their tips glinting wetly in the dim light. "Took you long enough, beast," the first one says, his voice a contemptuous drawl. He doesn't even look at me, his eyes fixed on the Urog. "Playing with your food? The master is not pleased with your delay." The Urog, Kyle, a voice in my head whispers his name, doesn't respond. He remains frozen, his gaze locked on me, his amber eyes a swirling vortex of conflict. "It's the curse," the second handler says, nudging his partner. "Vexia said it was fraying. The psychic echo is getting stronger. It needs the mind wipe." "It needs a leash," the first one scoffs. He takes a step toward me, his spear held loosely. "Come on, slave. On your feet. You've caused enough trouble for one night." He reaches for my arm. Before his fingers can touch my skin, a blur of motion explodes from my right. It happens so fast I can barely process it. One moment, the Urog is a statue of confused agony. The next, he is an avalanche of destructive force. He moves with a speed that should be impossible for a creature his size, covering the distance between them in a single ground-shaking bound. The first handler doesn't even have time to raise his spear. The Urog's claws, the ones that had hovered so close to my face, rip through the dark elf's expensive armour as if it were parchment. The sound is a sickening wet tear, followed by the sharp crack of bone. The handler is thrown backward, a broken doll, his spear clattering uselessly on the flagstones. The second handler stares, his mouth agape in disbelief, his face masked with pure terror. He raises his spear, but he is too slow. The Urog is on him, his jaws armed with that one broken, jagged tusk, clamping down on the dark elf's shoulder. The crunch of the armoured pauldron and the bone beneath it is a sound I will hear in my nightmares for the rest of my life, however short that may be. The Urog shakes his head once, a savage canine motion, and throws the second handler into the crumbling temple wall. The elf hits the stone with a sickening thud and slides to the ground in a heap, unmoving. Silence descends upon the courtyard once more, broken only by the drip of water and the sound of my own frantic, ragged breathing. Blood, dark and glistening, drips from the Urog's jaw, pattering onto the mossy stones. He stands over the bodies of his former masters, his massive chest heaving. He turns his head slowly, and his amber eyes, no longer merely confused, but blazing with a new, terrifying and protective light, find mine. The hound has broken its chain, and I, his quarry, am the only one he has not harmed.
Chapter 6. Kale. The red storm quiets. For the first time since the unmaking, the ceaseless, roaring fire in my head recedes, banking to embers. The silence it leaves behind is vast and terrifying, a hollow cavern where a soul used to be, but it is not empty. In the middle of the quiet there is a new feeling, a strange, fragile peace. It comes from it, the property, the small, dark-haired thing huddled against the broken altar. My hands are slick and warm with the lifeblood of the master's servants. The scent of their fear and their death clings to me, a familiar perfume. The curse within me sings a song of triumph. Command fulfilled, threats eliminated. But the song is muted, distant. The peace emanating from the small creature is stronger. It stares at me, its dark eyes wide in a pale, rain-streaked face. The fear scent is still there, a sharp tang in the air, but it is layered with something else now. Bewilderment, awe. It does not scream, it does not run, it just watches. My gaze drops to the bodies. The one with the sneering face lies twisted, its chest a ruin of splintered bone and shredded armor. The other is a heap of black metal and broken limbs against the temple wall. They were the master's tools. They carried his scent. They were a threat to... What? To the command? No. The command was retrieve. They were here to help. My head throbs, a dull, pounding ache. The red embers flare, threatening to reignite the storm. Threat, command, retrieve, threat. The words are a confusing jumble. I look back at the property. It shivers, a fine tremor running through its slight frame. The thin, wet cloth it wears offers no protection from the cold. Cold. Hunger. These are simple thoughts. Clean thoughts. They cut through the confusion. The property is cold. It must be hungry. A tool cannot function if it is not maintained. My eyes fall on the sneering one's corpse. A leather pouch is still cinched to his belt. Rations. I have seen the handlers eat from such pouches. I take a step toward the body, my heavy footfall a dull thud on the wet stone. The property flinches, a sharp intake of breath, but it does not move. I ignore it. I reach the corpse and nudge the pouch with the toe of my foot. It is heavy, full. I hook a claw under the leather strap and rip the pouch free from the belt. It lands in the mud with a soft squelch. I turn back to the property. The peace is still there, a steady, warming light in the vast emptiness inside me. I want to keep it. I want to nurture it. I nudge the ration pouch with my foot, sliding it across the slick flagstones until it stops a few feet from where the creature sits. My hands are covered in their blood. The scent of it would taint the food. This is better, cleaner. It stares at the pouch, then back at me. The confusion in its dark eyes mirrors my own. It does not understand. I do not understand. Why does the sight of its shivering form make the hollow place inside me ache with something other than hunger? Why did the handler's touch feel like a violation, not against me, but against it? Protect! The word is a whisper from the deep, a ghost of a thought I do not recognize. It is not the master's command, it is something else. Something older. Something mine. A howl splits the night, sharp and predatory. My head snaps up. The sound is close, too close. It is not the sound of a wild creature. It is an indicator of a trained hunter. Another howl answers it from the east, then a third from the west. They are circling, converging on this place. The property has heard it too. It scrambles to its feet, its eyes wide with a fresh wave of terror. It looks from me to the dark forest, then back again. It sees the truth. The cage is closing. From the shadows of the forest, two shapes emerge. They are low to the ground, moving with a fluid, canine grace that belies their size. Batlas, the master's other hounds. Each is as large as a pony, their coats a mangy dark fur, their eyes glowing with a malevolent green light. Saliva drips from their powerful jaws, and their lips are pulled back to reveal rows of needle-sharp teeth. They are built for one purpose, to run down prey and tear it to pieces. Behind them, a figure steps into the clearing. A dark elf, taller than the handlers, broader in the shoulder. He wears the burnished black armor of a Miyu commander, his movements economical and deadly. He holds no spear. A pair of wicked curved swords are sheathed at his hips. His face is a mask of cold fury, his platinum hair plastered to his skull by the rain. "So the rumors are true," the commander says, his voice a deep, dangerous growl. He surveys the carnage, his eyes lingering on the broken bodies of his men. His gaze then settles on me, and there is no surprise in it, only a cold, hard certainty. The beast has broken its leash. He draws his swords, the whisper of steel on leather a promise of death. The batlas at his sides drop into low crouches, their muscles coiling, their growls a deep vibration I feel in the soles of my feet. The peace inside me is gone, shattered by the commander's presence. The red storm roars back to life, a tidal wave of pure, untempered rage. But this time, it is different. The rage is not a blind fire, it is focused, it is aimed, and it is wrapped around a single, shining purpose: protect the small thing. I move, placing my massive body between the commander and the property. I spread my arms wide, my claws extended, and let out a roar that shakes the very stones of the temple. It is a challenge, a declaration of war. The commander does not flinch. "Kill the beast," he commands, "and bring me the girl. The master wants her intact." The batlas launch themselves forward. They are a blur of black fur and green fire. One comes from the left, the other from the right, a classic pincer movement. I meet the one on the left head-on. It leaps, aiming for my throat, its jaws wide. I catch it mid-air, my hands clamping around its thick, muscular body. It writhes in my grip, its claws scrabbling against my hide, its teeth snapping inches from my face. Its strength is immense, but mine is greater. I squeeze. There is a wet, crunching sound, and the creature goes limp in my hands, its spine shattered. I throw its corpse aside just as the second batla slams into my side. Its jaws lock onto my leg, its teeth sinking deep into the muscle. Pain, white hot and sharp, lances up my thigh. The red storm screams in fury. I roar and backhand the creature, my claws tearing a deep furrow in its flank. It yelps, releasing its grip, blood welling from the wound. It is wounded, but not out of the fight. It circles me, its green eyes glowing with hate, looking for another opening. The commander is advancing, his twin swords a blur of motion as he tests my defenses. He is fast, impossibly so. He weaves around me, his blades darting in, seeking the gaps in my hardened hide. A shallow cut opens on my arm, another on my ribs. The wounds are nothing, but he is a hornet, stinging and retreating, his attacks designed to bleed me, to weaken me. I swing a massive fist at him, a blow that would shatter stone, but he is not there. He flows around the attack like water, and his sword lashes out, slicing across my back. The pain is a whip crack. The wounded batla sees its chance. While I am turned, it charges again, aiming for my unprotected side. "Behind you!" The voice is small, but sharp with urgency. It is the property, the small thing. I pivot, my massive form turning on a single foot with a speed that defies my size. I meet the batla's charge with a roar, my claws ready. But something small and dark arcs through the air, a rock thrown by the property. It is a pathetic attack, a child's gesture against a monster. But it is enough. The rock strikes the batlas on the side of its head. The creature yelps more in surprise than pain, its head shaking, its charge faltering for a single crucial heartbeat. I do not waste it. I lunge forward, my hands closing around the batlas's throat. I lift it from the ground, its powerful legs kicking uselessly in the air. I ignore the commander's sword as it slices into my shoulder. I ignore the fire that erupts along my nerves. I focus all of my rage, all of my strength, into my hands. I squeeze until the thrashing stops, until the green light in its eyes fades to black. I drop the second corpse and turn to face the commander. He has stopped his attack. He stands a dozen feet away, his swords held ready, his chest heaving slightly. He is no longer looking at me as a mindless beast. He is looking at me as an opponent. "Impressive," he says, a grudging respect in his tone. "But you are wounded. You are bleeding. And more of my men are on their way. You cannot protect it forever." He is right. The wounds are beginning to burn. My strength, while immense, is not limitless. And I can hear the shouts of more dark elves echoing through the forest. I look back at the property. It stands by the altar, its small form trembling, but its eyes are fixed on me, wide with a terrifying, fragile hope. "Protect it!" The command is not from the master. It is from the quiet place inside me. There is no victory here, only escape. I do the one thing the commander does not expect. I turn my back on him. In 2 massive strides, I am at the altar. I scoop up the property in one arm. It lets out a small cry of alarm, its body rigid with shock. It is so light, so fragile, like a bird in my grasp. I tuck it against my chest, my arm, a cage of muscle and hide around it. And I run. I do not run toward the forest entrance. I run toward the back wall of the temple, the one that is still mostly intact. The commander shouts a command behind me, but it is too late. I lower my shoulder and slam into the ancient stone. The wall explodes outward in a shower of rock and dust. The impact jars every bone in my body, but the curse absorbs the worst of it. I am through. I do not slow. I crash through the forest, a 10-foot engine of destruction, the small, warm weight of the property held tight against my chest. The shouts and howls of our pursuers fade behind us, swallowed by the darkness and the trees. My lungs are burning, my wounds screaming, the red storm in my head a roaring inferno. But for the first time, the fire is not burning me. It is fueling me. And in the calm of the storm, held safe and close, is the small, quiet thing, the source of the peace, the reason for the fight. property.
Chapter 7. Mikana. The world is a blur of green and grey, a churning vortex of motion that I only vaguely register. The monster's arm is a cage of iron and leather around my ribs, pinning me to a chest as hard as a stone wall. Each of his ground-shaking strides jars my teeth, my head lolling against his shoulder. The air is ripped from my lungs in ragged gasps. I am nothing but a parcel, a sack of bones being carried away from one nightmare and into another. He runs for what feels like an eternity, an unstoppable force of nature that does not tire. The forest is no obstacle. It is an inconvenience he tears through. Finally, as the first hint of a bruised grey dawn bleeds through the canopy, he slows. We are in a small sheltered cove, a bite taken out of a sheer rock face. A shallow cave, barely deep enough to offer respite from the persistent drizzle, is carved into the stone. It is defensible. It is a prison. He sets me down, not gently. My feet hit the muddy ground and my legs, weak as a newborn day's, buckle beneath me. I crumple into a heap, my body a single screaming symphony of pain. He pays me no mind. He turns and stands at the opening of the cave, a 10-foot-tall silhouette of jagged horns and raw power against the bleak morning light. He is a wall, a barrier between me and the world I just fled, but also a barrier between me and any hope of true freedom. I am a slave who has simply traded one master for another, a much, much larger one. I press a hand to my ribs, wincing as my fingers find a tender, bruised spot where his arm held me. My tunic is in tatters, my skin is cold and clammy, and a deep, shuddering chill has taken root in my bones. I watch him, my heart a frantic, trapped bird against my ribs. He stands perfectly still, his massive head turning slowly from side to side, his nostrils flaring as he tastes the air. His amber eyes, glowing faintly in the gloom, scan the tree line. He is a guardian, a warden. He is magnificent and terrifying, and he is the only reason I am still alive. After a long, tense silence, he turns from the cave mouth and disappears back into the forest without a sound. My first thought is to run, to scramble back into the trees and disappear. But where would I go? My feet are a mess of cuts and bruises. I have no food, no water, and Malakor's hunters are everywhere. Out there I am prey. In here I am a captive. It is not freedom, but it is a sliver of a chance. I crawl deeper into the cave, huddling against the cold stone, and wait. He returns less than an hour later. He moves with a silence that is unnerving for a creature of his size. One moment the cave entrance is empty, the next he is there, filling it completely. He drops his latest prize at my feet. My stomach lurches, and a wave of nausea washes over me. It's a suru, the rabbit-like creature of the forest, its soft brown fur matted with blood. Its neck is snapped at an unnatural angle, and a dark wet patch stains the ground where he dropped it. It is a gift. It is a horror. It is his idea of provision. He makes a low sound in his chest, a rumbling growl that is not aggressive, but expectant. He nudges the dead creature with his foot, pushing it closer to me. Eat. I stare at the raw, bloody carcass, at the glassy, dead eyes. Bile rises in my throat. I shake my head, pressing myself further against the cave wall. No. The word is a raw whisper. His head tilts, the amber eyes narrow, the growl deepens, a note of confusion, of frustration, entering the sound. He doesn't understand. Of course he doesn't. He is a beast. He hunts. He kills. He eats. The fire is a mystery to him. But I am not a beast, and I will not eat raw flesh like one. An idea born of desperation takes root. I am a slave. I am a prisoner. But in this one small thing, I can have control. I can be the one who teaches. My hands are shaking so badly I can barely control them. I reach for the small bundle tied at my waist, the one I managed not to lose in the chaos of the escape. My fingers fumble with the knot, and I pull out my pathetic treasures. The stolen letter opener, a small piece of flint, and a shard of steel. The beast watches my every move, his massive form tense, his eyes tracking the glint of the letter opener's blade. He could cross the space between us in a single step and snap my neck before I could even scream. It's for the food, I say, my voice trembling. I hold up the small blade. To prepare it. He makes no move to stop me. I take that as permission. Slowly, cautiously, I crawl toward the dead Suru. The smell of blood is thick in the air. I force myself to breathe through my mouth. I turn my back to him, a terrifying act of trust, and begin the gruesome task of skinning the creature. My hands are clumsy, the letter opener a poor substitute for a proper knife, but I manage. The work is bloody and visceral, but it is also a focus, a task that keeps the terror at bay. Once the Suru is skinned and cleaned as best I can manage, I set about building a fire. I gather dry twigs and moss from the back of the cave, my movements slow and deliberate, never turning my back on him for more than a second. I strike the flint against the steel, again and again, my numb fingers fumbling. A spark finally catches in the tinder. I blow on it gently, nurturing the fragile flame until it grows into a small, steady fire. The warmth is a blessing. It pushes back the damp chill of the cave, and the cheerful crackle of the flames is a welcome sound in the oppressive silence. I skewer pieces of the Suru meat on a green stick and hold it over the fire. The smell of roasting meat soon fills the cave, a savoury, comforting scent that makes my empty stomach ache with hunger. Throughout it all, he watches. He sits on his haunches near the entrance of the cave, a silent, brooding mountain. The firelight dances across his scarred hide, making shadows writhe in the hollows of his face. The red glow in his eyes has faded, leaving only the deep, molten amber. He is watching the meat cook, a look of profound, almost childlike curiosity on his monstrous face. When the meat is cooked through, I pull it from the fire. I eat a piece, my hunger so sharp it's a physical pain. It's the most delicious thing I have ever tasted. I hold out the stick to him, an offering. He stares at the cooked meat, then at me. He does not move. It's for you, I say softly. It's better this way. Cooked. He slowly reaches out a massive hand. His claws, which I have seen tear through steel armour, are gentle as they pluck the stick from my grasp. He brings the meat to his mouth and tears off a piece with his teeth. He chews slowly, thoughtfully. A low rumble starts in his chest. It is not a growl of aggression. It sounds like pleasure, of contentment. We eat in silence, sharing the meagre meal. A truce. When we are done, I am exhausted, but the fire and the food have brought a sliver of warmth back to my soul. I cannot live like this, though. I cannot live in silent terror, waiting for his whims to change. I take a breath, gathering what little courage I have left. I point to the crackling flames. Fire, I say, my voice clear and steady. That is fire. He looks at the fire, then back at me, his head tilted. I point to myself. Mikana. I point to him. You are... He just stares, the amber eyes unblinking. The silence stretches, thick and heavy. I am about to give up when he opens his mouth. A sound comes out, a harsh, guttural rasp, like stones grinding together. Kale. The name hangs in the air between us, a fragile, impossible thing. It is the first word he has spoken. It is the first piece of himself he has given me. The next few days fall into a strange, tense rhythm. He hunts. I cook. I tend to the wounds he sustained in the fight at the temple, cleaning them with boiled water and crushed herbs I find in the forest. The first time I approached him with a damp cloth, he went rigid, a low growl rumbling in his chest, a clear warning. My hand trembled, but I did not pull back. I met his gaze, and after a long, heart-stopping moment, he allowed it. Touching him is terrifying. His hide is a landscape of scars and unnaturally hard plates, his muscles like coiled steel beneath. But it is also warm, alive. He shadows my every move. When I go to the stream to fetch water, he is there, a silent sentinel on the bank. When I search for edible plants, he follows a dozen paces behind, his eyes constantly scanning our surroundings. I am his prisoner, but I am also the most well-protected creature in all of Protheka. I continue the lessons. I point to a tree. Tree. I hold up a stone. Stone. I touch the fused iron collar on his neck. He flinches violently, a roar of pure agony ripping from his throat, and I never touch it again. He is a slow student. His voice is a rough, barely used thing, and the words come out as harsh, one-syllable grunts. But he learns. He watches my mouth as I form the words, his brow furrowed in intense concentration. On the fourth day, I wake from a fitful sleep to find him sitting by the dying embers of the fire, watching me. This is not unusual. I have woken to find him watching me every night. But this time is different. The ever-present tension in his massive shoulders is gone. The red storm in his eyes is calm. He sees that I am awake. He looks at the entrance of the cave, where the morning light is beginning to filter through the trees. Then he looks at me. "Safe," he rumbles, his low voice a vibration that I can feel in my bones. And in that moment, I realize the most terrifying, impossible truth of all. He is right. Out there, beyond the mouth of this cave, is a world of refined cruelty, of elegant torture, of men who smile while they break you. A world ruled by my former master. In here, with this silent, scarred monster, this broken warrior who speaks in grunts and eats burnt meat from a stick, I am safe. The peace I feel in his presence is more real, more profound than any I have ever known. I am the captive of a monster, and finally I feel something akin to home.
Chapter 8. Kale. Safe. The word is a smooth, cool stone in the roaring river of my mind. It is a new word. Her word. She gave it to me. I watch her as she sleeps. The small creature, Mikana, is curled near the fire, her dark hair a spill of shadow against the pale skin of her face. Her breathing is a soft, steady rhythm that soothes the red embers behind my eyes. In her sleep, the fierce scent that clings to her like a second skin fades, replaced by that other scent, the one of a forgotten summer. She's given me other words: fire, stone, tree. Each one is a tiny, flickering candle in the vast, hollow darkness inside me. I hold on to them. I repeat them in the silence of my own skull, testing their shape, their weight. They are anchors. They are real. But safe is the most important word. It is what she is. When she is near, the chains on my soul feel looser. The red storm is quieter. The gnawing hunger in the empty spaces less. She is my peace, my property, mine. The thought is a low growl in my chest, possessive and absolute. It's a feeling that is both new and ancient. It's not the master's command. It is mine. We cannot stay in this cave. The scent of the dead Miu and the Batlas will draw scavengers. The master's hunters will not be far behind. We must move. When the gray light of morning strengthens, she awakens. Her dark eyes find mine across the dying fire, and for a moment there is no fear in them, only a quiet acknowledgement. It makes the space inside me ache with a strange, unfamiliar warmth. She eats the last of the cooked suru, her movements slow and deliberate. When she is done, she looks at me, then at the cave entrance. She knows. "We go?" she asks, her voice a soft question. I nod once. Go. We move through the forest. I lead. She follows a dozen paces behind. I'm aware of her every step, every rustle of her movement. My senses are stretched thin, a net cast into the surrounding woods searching for threats. The scent of her, my property, is a constant, comforting presence at my back. We travel for hours, moving deeper into the wild, away from the direction of Leondor. The trees grow taller, their branches knitting together into a dense canopy that plunges the forest floor into a perpetual twilight. The air is thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. I catch a new scent on the wind. It is not a threat. It is familiar. A sharp, clean scent of pine and cold stone. It pulls at something deep inside me, a half-remembered melody from a life I cannot grasp. I follow the scent, my pace quickening. Mikana struggles to keep up, her ragged breaths coming in short, sharp gasps. I do not slow. I must find the source of this scent. I burst through a curtain of hanging moss and into a small, sun-dappled grove. In the middle of the grove stands a single, ancient pine tree. Its bark is dark and deeply furrowed, its branches twisted into gnarled, reaching arms. It is not the tree itself that holds me, but the scent. It is the scent of home. My head explodes, not with a red storm, with memory. The air is cold, crisp. The sky is a brilliant, cloudless blue. Snow crunches under my boots. The scent of pine is sharp in my lungs. I'm on a mountainside, surrounded by my brothers, my clan, the Stonefang clan. We are laughing, our breath pluming in the frigid air. We are warriors, clad in furs and leathers, our axes heavy and familiar in our hands. We are not beasts. We are not slaves. We are orcs. A horn blows, a deep, resonant call that echoes across the valley. The hunt is over. We turn, our spirits high, and head back toward the camp. The scent of wood smoke and roasting meat fills the air. Children, small and green-skinned, run to greet us, their faces bright with excitement. Women smile, their eyes filled with pride. A figure steps from the largest longhouse. He's a mountain of an orc, his black hair and beard woven with intricate silver clasps. His eyes, a warm, kind amber, find mine. He smiles, a broad, genuine thing that crinkles the corners of his eyes. He is my chieftain. He is my heart. He is Grommash. He raises a hand not in command, but in greeting, in pride, and he calls my name. Kyle! The memory is a physical blow. It slams into me, so vivid, so real, that the world around me shatters. The pain of it, the sheer absolute agony of what I have lost, is a physical thing. It is a blade twisting in the hollow space where my soul used to be. A roar tears itself from my throat. It is not the roar of the Urok. It is the roar of a grieving, broken thing. It is the ripping sound of a soul remembering its own murder. I turn, the red storm returning with a vengeance. But it is no longer empty. It is filled with the faces of my clan, with the scent of my home, with the sound of my chieftain's voice. It is filled with grief. I see the tree, the source of the memory, the source of the pain. I hit it. My fist, a hammer of bone and cursed muscle, connects with the ancient trunk. The sound is a deafening crack that echoes through the silent grove. The tree shudders, its branches shedding a shower of pine needles. It does not fall. I hit it again, and again. I am lost in the red grief, my roars turning to ragged guttural sobs. I'm destroying the thing that made me remember, because the memory is a torture far worse than any of Vexia's instruments. Stop! A small voice cuts through my rage. Mikana. I freeze, my fist raised for another blow. I turn to look at her. She is huddled at the edge of the grove, her face pale with terror, her dark eyes wide with a fear I've not seen since the temple. She is afraid of me. The realization is a douse of icy water on the red fire. I frightened her. My peace, my property, my Mikana. The strength drains from my limbs. I stumble back from the battered tree, my chest heaving, the grief a raw, open wound. And then I see him. He is standing by the trees, not 30 feet away. A dark elf scout. He must have been drawn by my roars. He is young, his face still holding a trace of adolescent softness, but his eyes are hard and cruel. He wears the light leather armor of a tracker, a bow held ready in his hand. He is staring at me, his mouth slightly agape, a look of horrified disbelief on his face. He has seen me. He will report back to the master. He will lead them to us. He will lead them to her. The grief inside me curdles, twisting into something else. Something cold and hard and deadly. The red storm focuses not on the pain of the past, but on the threat of the present. I move. The scout fumbles for an arrow, his eyes wide with panic. He is too slow. I cross the grove in 3 massive strides. He does not even have time to scream. My hand closes around his head. His skull is a fragile, bird-like thing in my grasp. I squeeze. There is a sickening, wet crunch. His body goes limp, his bow clattering to the forest floor. I stand there for a moment, the scout's lifeless body dangling from my hand. The red storm is quiet again, sated by the kill. The grief is still there, a dull, heavy ache, but it is manageable now. I have done what a warrior does. I have eliminated a threat. I have protected my... What is she? I look at her. She's still standing by the grove, her hand pressed to her mouth, her eyes fixed on the dead scout. She's trembling. My fragmented mind struggles to make sense of it. I have protected her. I have provided for her. A warrior brings trophies back from the hunt, a proof of his strength, a gift for his mate. The thought is a lightning strike. It is wrong. It is impossible, but it feels right. I do not know the customs of this new, broken world. I only know the ghost of the old one. I do what the warrior in my memory would have done. With my free hand, I grip the scout's neck. I twist. The sound of tearing sinew and snapping vertebrae is loud in the quiet grove. The head comes free in my hand. I walk toward her. She shrinks back, her eyes wide with a horror so profound it is a physical force. She does not understand. I stop before her. I hold out my offering. The scout's head dangles from my fist, his platinum hair dark with blood, his eyes staring at nothing. It is a trophy. It is a promise. I will kill for you. I will keep you safe. She makes a choked, gagging sound and stumbles backward, falling to the ground. She scrambles away from me, crab-walking through the mud and leaves. Her face is a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. She is rejecting my gift. She is rejecting me. The pain of it is sharper than any blade. The empty space inside me threatens to swallow me whole. The memory, the precious, painful memory of my name, of my chieftain, begins to fade, slipping through my grasp like smoke. No, I cannot lose it. I cannot lose me again. I drop the head. It lands in the dirt with a soft thud. I press my hands to the sides of my own head, as if I can physically hold the memory in place. Kale, I rasp, the sound a raw tear in my throat. I say it again, louder this time, a desperate prayer against the encroaching emptiness. Kale! I begin to chant, my voice a harsh rhythmic growl. Kale! 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 I am a monster. I am a beast. I am a broken thing. But I have a name. I will not forget it again.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance It features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 9. Mekana. Terror is a physical thing. It has a taste, coppery and sharp like blood, and a sound, the frantic, desperate drumming of my own heart. It is the feeling of mud and wet leaves clinging to my skin as I scramble backward, away from the thing he has offered me. Away from the head of the dark elf scout, its dead eyes staring at a sky it can no longer see. He drops it. The head lands with a soft, obscene thud in the dirt. He doesn't seem to understand my reaction. He presses his massive, blood-stained hands to the sides of his own head, a look of raw agony twisting his monstrous features. "Kyle," he rasps, the sound like a rock slide. He begins to chant, a desperate, guttural rhythm of self-affirmation against the encroaching madness. Kyle, Kyle, Kyle. My terror wars with a fresh wave of pity so profound it steals my breath. He didn't offer me the head as a threat. It was a gift, a trophy, a grotesque, horrific, and undeniably protective gesture. He killed the scout for me. He is a monster, a creature of nightmare, but his violence has become my shield. The understanding does little to calm the frantic beating of my heart. He continues his litany, his amber eyes squeezed shut in concentration, and I know we cannot stay here. The scout will not be alone. The scent of blood is a siren's call in this forest. Kale, I say, my voice trembling but clear. His chanting stops. His eyes snap open, locking on me. The raw pain in them is a physical blow. We have to go, I say, pushing myself to my feet, my limbs shaking. Now. He seems to understand, the urgency in my voice, if not the words themselves. He gives the dead scout and the battered pine tree one last haunted look, then turns and lopes toward the edge of the grove, expecting me to follow. I do. I have no other choice. To be captured by Malachor is a fate far worse than any death this beast could offer me. We move for hours, a silent, tense procession of two. He leads, a hulking shadow against the gloom of the ancient forest. I follow, my senses screaming, every snapped twig, every rustle of leaves sending a fresh spike of fear through me. But my fear is no longer just of him. It is of what hunts us. As we travel, I start to see things, patterns. He moves with a purpose that is more than just flight. He skirts a wide patch of ground where beautiful bell-shaped flowers with bright blue petals grow in abundance. I recognize them from Vexia's poison stores. Numiscu blossoms. A single drop of their sap is a fast-acting paralytic. He knows this. He leads us around them. Later he stops, his head raised, his nostrils flaring as he tests the wind. He changes our direction, veering sharply to the east. A few minutes later, the faint, unmistakable scent of a Miyu patrol's campfire smoke drifts to me from the direction we were just heading. He smelled them long before I did. He is not a mindless beast. He is a survivor. He is a creature of this wild place, and the curse, for all it has taken from him, has given him instincts that are keeping us both alive. The Urog is a monster, but the orc within, the ghost of Kale, is a warrior. The realization does not make him less terrifying. It makes him more so. A mindless beast is predictable. A thinking, grieving, rage-filled creature of his size and strength is a force of nature I cannot possibly comprehend. The light begins to fail, the forest sinking into a deep, oppressive darkness. We need water. My throat is a desert, my lips cracked and dry. I spot the glint of a stream through the trees, a ribbon of silver in the gloom. Water, I rasp, my voice hoarse. Kale stops, turning to look at me. I point toward the stream. He gives a short, sharp nod and moves toward it, But he does not let me lead. He goes first, his massive form parting the ferns, his eyes scanning the banks. He is clearing the way, checking for threats. I kneel down by the stream, the water so cold it makes my teeth ache. I cup my hands, drinking deeply. It is the best thing I have ever tasted. I am so focused on the simple, life-giving pleasure of the water that I don't see the other thing until it's almost too late. It moves with a liquid speed, a flash of dark purple and lurid yellow-green stripes uncoiling from the muddy bank where I am about to place my hand. A nyoka. A venomous serpent, its bite a swift and agonizing death. I have no time to scream, no time to even scramble back. My life narrows to a single point. The snake's triangular head, its fangs, needle-sharp and glistening, striking toward my wrist. A roar of pure, unadulterated fury rips through the air, so loud it feels like it might tear the world in two. A black shape slams into the space beside me. Kyle. He moves with a speed that defies physics, his massive hand shooting out and clamping down on the nyoka mid-strike, inches from my skin. He doesn't just catch it, he obliterates it. His fist closes, and the serpent is reduced to a mangled pulp of scales and blood. He throws the remains into the forest with a guttural snarl, his chest heaving, the red storm blazing in his eyes. He turns to me, his gaze frantic, scanning my body for injury. His eyes lock on my wrist, the spot where the fangs almost found their mark. He is wounded. A thin, shallow gash runs along the back of his forearm, where the snake's fangs must have grazed him as he caught it. 2 small puncture wounds, already welling with dark, sluggish blood, mar his scarred hide. He saved me. He took the blow that was meant for me. He doesn't seem to notice the wound. He is still focused on me, a low growl rumbling in his chest, his amber eyes swirling with the violent aftermath of his protective rage. I'm all right, I stammer, holding up my hands to show him I am unharmed. You saved me. He stares at me, the growl slowly subsiding. He looks down at his own arm then, as if just now noticing the injury. He looks at the twin puncture marks with a detached curiosity, then dismisses them, turning his attention back to scanning the trees. The wound is already beginning to look angry, the skin around it darkening to a bruised purple. The nyoka's venom may not be a death sentence for a creature of his size and power, but it is still a poison. It needs to be cleaned. My fear is a cold, hard knot in my stomach, but something else pushes against it. A sense of debt, a flicker of compassion. He is my captor, he is my protector, and he is wounded because of me. Kyle, I say, my voice soft. He turns his head, his gaze questioning. I take a deep breath. Your arm. Let me see. I take a tentative step toward him. He immediately goes rigid, his muscles coiling, the low growl returning to his chest. A clear warning. Stay back. I stop. My heart is hammering. This is a mistake. He is a wild thing, a wounded animal. Approaching him is suicide. But then I look into his eyes, and beneath the warning, I see the pain. I see the ghost of the warrior who would never show weakness. I will not let him suffer because of me. I want to help, I say, voice as steady as I can make it. I hold up my empty hands. The bite, it's poison. It needs to be cleaned. I take another step. He does not move this time, but the growl deepens, a vibration that I feel through the soles of my feet. I am close enough now to feel the heat radiating from his body. I reach out a trembling hand. His eyes track the movement, every muscle in his massive form screaming with tension. He could break my arm. He could kill me. My fingers, cold and shaking, make contact with his skin. He flinches as if burned, a sharp, guttural sound ripping from his throat. But he does not pull away. He stands as still as a mountain, his entire being focused on my touch. I touched him before, tended to him, but only for a short while, and I haven't had the time to explore his form deeply. His skin is not what I expected. It is a rough, varied landscape. The hardened plates are cool and smooth like stone, but the grey hide between them is surprisingly soft and incredibly warm. I run my fingers gently over the gash, my touch as light as I can make it. He shudders, a tremor that runs through his entire body, but he remains still. He is allowing this. He is trusting me. "We need to wash it," I whisper, more to myself than to him. I tear a strip of cloth from the hem of my already ruined tunic. I dip it in the cold, clear water of the stream. I turn back to him. "This will hurt," I say softly. I press the wet cloth to the wound. He lets out a sharp hiss of pain, his claws digging into the soft earth at his feet, but he does not move. I gently clean the wound, washing away the blood and the venom. His eyes are squeezed shut, his jaw tight with a control that must be costing him everything. When I am done, the wound is clean. But he is a mess. He is covered in the blood of the Nyoka, the grime of the forest, and the dried blood of the dark elf scout. He is a walking testament to the violence that surrounds us. I look at the stream, then back at him. "Come," I say, my voice gaining a sliver of confidence. I tug gently on his uninjured arm. "Wash." He looks at me, then at the water, a look of profound confusion on his monstrous face. He does not understand. I sigh. I turn and walk to the edge of the stream. I kneel and splash the cold water on my own face, washing away the dirt and the tears. I wash my hands, my arms. I look back at him and gesture for him to do the same. He watches me for a long moment. Then, slowly, hesitantly, he lumbers to the water's edge. He kneels, his massive form awkward and out of place. He copies my movements, splashing the water on his own face, on his arms. He scrubs at the dried blood, his movements clumsy at first, then more sure. As the grime and the gore wash away, I see him. Not the Urog, not the monster, but Kyle, the scarred, tormented orc beneath, the warrior who saved my life. He looks up at me, water dripping from his broken tusk, his amber eyes clear and startlingly lucid in the fading light. The vibrant red storm is gone. In its place is a quiet, aching vulnerability. And in that moment, standing in the deepening twilight of a forest that wants to kill us, I am no longer afraid of him.
Chapter 10. Kael. Her touch is fire, her touch is ice. When her small, trembling fingers make contact with my arm, the curse inside me screams. It is a violation, a weakness. The red storm surges, demanding I throw her off, that I show her the folly of touching a monster. My muscles lock, every fiber of my being straining to obey the ancient, violent instinct. But the ghost inside me, the warrior, the orc, the thing with my name, reaches for her touch like a dying man reaches for water. The pain from the Nyoka's bite is a dull, hot fire, but the pain of her gentle fingers on my hide is a new and sharper agony. It is the pain of a wound I didn't know I had. It is the pain of being seen, not as a weapon, but as something worth tending. It is unbearable. It is everything. I stand as still as the mountain, my claws digging into the soft earth, anchoring myself against the war raging within. I allow her to press the cold, wet cloth to the wound. The shock of it makes me hiss, a sound like steam escaping a forge, but I do not pull away. I endure. For her. She is so close. I can smell the rain in her dark hair, the faint, clean scent of her skin beneath the grime and the fear. It is a scent that quiets the red storm, that soothes the raw, ragged edges of my broken soul. She is my peace, my safe place. When she is done, she steps back, her dark eyes still wide, but the terror in them has been banked, replaced by a cautious, fragile trust. She has tended to the beast. The beast has not devoured her. She washes the blood and grime from her own face and arms in the stream. Then she looks at me, at the gore that stains my hide, and gestures for me to do the same. The command is clear. Clean. I obey. I kneel at the water's edge, a clumsy, monstrous thing, and mimic her actions. The cold water is a relief, washing away the physical evidence of my violence. But it cannot wash away the memory. It cannot wash away the curse. When I am done, I am still a monster. But perhaps I am her monster. The thought is a strange comfort. We find a new place to shelter as night falls, a deeper cave hidden behind a curtain of thick, hanging moss. It is dry and defensible. I stand guard at the entrance while she builds a fire, her small, clever hands moving with a familiar grace. The fire blooms, a warm orange heart in the encroaching darkness. The hunger returns, a dull ache in my belly. But it is my hunger this time, not the curse's. And it is my responsibility to fill it. To provide. For her. I leave her by the fire, a silent promise to return, and melt into the forest. The hunt is different now. It is not a blind, rage-fueled pursuit. It is a task. A duty. I move with a new purpose, my senses attuned not just to prey, but to the right prey. I pass over a scrawny, half-starved day. It is not enough. I ignore the chattering of capuchos in the trees. They are too small. And I finally find it. A plump, healthy suru, its brown fur thick and clean. The kill is swift, a single powerful blow that is both efficient and, in its own way, merciful. I do not revel in it. I do not roar in triumph. I simply take my prize, but I do not bring it to her. Not yet. I carry the carcass to the stream where she washed me. I lay it on a flat, clean stone. I look at my hands. My massive, claw-tipped hands. They were made for crushing helmets and breaking shields. They were not made for this. I remember watching her. The way she used the small, sharp tool. The precise, deliberate cuts. The peeling away of the skin. I try to mimic her. My claws are clumsy, too large for the delicate work. I tear the hide more than I cut it. The process is a messy, frustrating butchery. A low growl of annoyance rumbles in my chest. I'm a warrior. I'm a hunter. Why is this simple task so difficult? Because it is not a warrior's task. It is a provider's. It is the task of one who builds a home, who tends a hearth. It is the task of a mate. The word surfaces from the deep, dark well of my lost memories. Mate. The word is a brand, searing itself onto the cavernous space inside me. It is a truth so profound, so absolute, that it shakes me to my very core. She is not property. She is not a tool. She is not just my piece. She is my mate. The word gives me a new patience, a new focus. I work slowly, my clumsy claws eventually finding a rhythm. I clean the carcass as best I can, washing it in the cold, clear water of the stream until the last of the blood runs clear. When I return to the cave, she is asleep by the fire, her face soft and unguarded in the flickering light. I move with an uncharacteristic stealth, not wanting to wake her. I place the clean suru near the fire, a silent offering. I watch her sleep for a long time, the ache in my chest a constant, throbbing presence. She's so small, so fragile. The world I have dragged her into is a nightmare of violence and fear. And I am the greatest nightmare of all. The need to be clean, truly clean, is a sudden, overwhelming urge. The grime of the forest, the lingering scent of blood, it all feels like a desecration in her presence. I run away for a while, venting and return to the stream. The moon has risen, a sliver of silver in the dark sky, its light filtering through the canopy to dapple the surface of the water. The night is quiet, the forest holding its breath. I'm about to step into the water when I hear a soft splash from downstream. I freeze. My every instinct screams threat. I melt into the shadows of a massive fern, my body a silent, waiting predator. I peer through the leaves. It is her. She is standing in a small, moonlit pool where the stream widens. She has shed her ruined tunic, leaving it on the bank. She is naked. My breath catches in my throat. The sight of her is a physical blow. Her skin is pale as moonlight, almost luminous in the darkness. She is so thin, her ribs a delicate shadow beneath her skin, her shoulders sharp and bony. She is a creature of sharp angles and soft curves, of profound fragility, and an unbreakable strength that I cannot comprehend. She moves with a slow, weary grace, washing the grime from her skin, her long, dark hair floating around her like a silken cloud. She is beautiful. Not in the way of the cold, cruel beauty of the dark elves. Her beauty is a quiet, resilient thing. It is the beauty of a single, stubborn flower blooming on a battlefield. The possessiveness that rises in me is a tidal wave, so powerful it almost brings me to my knees. It is a nagging feeling that has little to do with the Master's commands, nothing at all to do with the Urog's curse. It is the ancient, primal instinct of an orc who has found his one true mate. It is a sacred, violent thing. It is the urge to slaughter armies for her, to burn worlds for her, to wrap her in my arms and never ever let her go. I watch as she finishes, as she wrings the water from her hair and slips back into her tattered clothes. She does not know I am here. This moment was hers, alone. After she is gone, her scent lingering in the air like a ghost of summer, I finally step into the pool. The cold water is a shock, but it is welcome. As I wash, I catch a glimpse of my own reflection in the moonlit water. The sight is a fresh agony. The reflection is not of Kael, the warrior. It is of the Urok, the monster, a grotesque parody of an orc, with its scarred, mismatched hide, its broken tusk, its fused collar of shame. A thing of nightmare, a tool of destruction. I look from my monstrous reflection to the empty space on the bank where she stood. How can a thing like me ever be worthy of a creature like her? How can hands that were made to kill ever be gentle enough to hold something so precious? The chasm between us is as wide and as deep as the 13 hells. She may not fear me now, but she will. When she truly sees what I am, what I have done, the trust in her eyes will turn to revulsion. She is my mate. I feel it in the marrow of my bones, in the tattered remnants of my soul. And I am the monster that will inevitably destroy her.
Chapter 11. Mikana. The days bleed into one another, each a mirror of the last, marked only by the rising and setting of a sun I rarely see through the thick, oppressive canopy. We have a rhythm now, a silent dance of survival choreographed by necessity. He is the hunter. I am the forager. He is the shield. I am the one who tends the wounds. He leaves at dawn, a silent, hulking shadow melting into the gloom. He returns hours later with a fresh kill, always cleaned now, always left near the fire for me to prepare. While he is gone, I search the forest floor for edible roots and berries, my knowledge gleaned from the dry, dusty pages of Malakor's herbology texts. I find us shelter, a new cave, a hollowed-out log, an overhang of rock. He never questions my choice. He simply fills the space with his massive, brooding presence, a silent guardian against the encroaching dark. The silence between us is a vast, uncharted territory. I have taken it upon myself to fill it. This one is called filvet grass, I say, holding up a blade of the pale green plant. He sits across the fire from me, his amber eyes tracking my every movement, his massive form still and watchful. The books say it has healing properties if you mash it into a paste. It's supposed to draw out infection. He makes a low, rumbling sound in his chest. It is his version of a question. Infection is when a wound gets sick, I try to explain, my words feeling small and inadequate in the face of his monstrous reality. It turns hot and angry, and it can kill you if you're not careful. I talk to him constantly. It is a lifeline to the person I was, the scribe, the reader. I tell him stories I remember from the forbidden texts in Malakor's vault. Tales of Kisheko the Wild and his mad adventures, of the Agelios, the angelic spirit guides that no one but children believe in. I tell him about the stars, how the dark elves believe they are the very eyes of the 13, watching them from the heavens. I tell him about the taste of a fidgis berry picked at the peak of ripeness. He never replies, not in words. But he listens. I know he does. His head will tilt, his brow will furrow in concentration, the amber eyes focused on my face with an intensity that is both unnerving and deeply compelling. He is a sponge, soaking up the world through my words. One afternoon, while I am weaving a crude basket from flexible vines, he begins to scratch in the dirt with a clawed finger. The movement is not random, it is deliberate. He draws a series of sharp, angular lines, his brow furrowed. I stop my work and crawl closer. The symbols are orcish runes. My heart gives a painful lurch. I recognise them. A jagged mountain peak, a snarling tusk, and a broken spear. It is a clan sigil. Stone Fang, I whisper, the name a ghost on my lips. I read of them once, in a history of the Northern Wars. A clan wiped out by Malakor's grandfather. Kyle's head snaps up, his eyes locking on mine. The name has meaning to him. I can see it in the sudden, sharp pain that flashes in their depths. Stone, Fang, he grunts, his voice a rough, grinding sound. He points a massive clawed finger at his own chest. Kyle, Stone Fang. He is not just Kale. He is Kale from the Stonefang clan. He is the last remnant of a dead people. The tragedy of it is a physical weight, pressing down on me. After that day, the words come more frequently. They are broken, disjointed things, sentences of 2 or 3 words, but they are a bridge across the silence. Sky blue, he will rumble, looking up through a break in the canopy. Mikana, cold, he will ask, nudging a log onto the fire with his foot when he sees me shiver. He is like a child, discovering the world for the first time. His curiosity is a raw, innocent thing that sits so strangely in his monstrous form. He will spend an hour watching a Yili's spider spin its web, his massive head tilted in silent fascination. He once spent an entire afternoon trying to catch a single, iridescent papillion butterfly, his gargantuan clawed hands moving with a comical, clumsy gentleness. He never caught it, and the look of profound, childish disappointment on his face when it flew away was so heartbreaking I had to turn away. This is the new torture. Seeing the man, the orc, the person trapped inside the Urog's shell. I see his frustration when his clumsy, cursed body cannot perform a simple task. I see the flash of agony in his eyes when a memory breaks through the fog. I see the quiet, constant care he takes for my safety. And I'm beginning to wonder, who was Kyle? What did he look like before the curse, before the scars, before the monster? Did he have a mate? Children? Did he laugh? The thought is a dangerous one. It makes him real, and a real person is much harder to keep at a distance than a monster. We are forced to move again when we find the tracks of a Miu patrol less than half a mile from our camp. We travel for a full day, pushing deeper into the woods until Kale finds a new shelter, a narrow fissure in a rock face, barely wide enough for his shoulders. I am exhausted, my body aching, my feet raw. I stumble on a loose rock as I enter the fissure, my ankle twisting beneath me. I cry out, a sharp gasp of pain, as I fall. Before I hit the ground, he is there. He moves with that impossible, terrifying speed, his massive arms shooting out to catch me. He pulls me up against his chest, his hand splayed across my back, holding me steady. Mikana. Hurt. He rumbles, his voice a growling vibration against my ear, his face inches from mine. "No, I'm all right," I stammer, my hands pressed against the hard, scarred landscape of his chest. I can feel the powerful beat of his heart beneath my palm. My own heart is a frantic, fluttering thing. I look up at him. His amber eyes are filled with a raw, naked concern. The red storm is nowhere to be seen. There is only Kyle. I can see the individual flecks of gold in the amber, the way his thick black lashes cast shadows on his scarred skin. His face is a roadmap of old battles and ancient grief, a face that should be terrifying. He lowers his head, his gaze dropping to my mouth. He is curious. The simple, innocent curiosity of a child who has discovered something new and wants to understand it. He leans in. My mind screams at me to pull away, to shove him back, to run. This is a monster, a beast, a creature of nightmare. But my body is frozen. I am trapped in the intensity of his gaze, in the raw, honest emotion I see there. His lips touch mine. It is not a kiss. Not really. It is a soft, hesitant pressure, a question. His skin is rough, chapped, and the edge of his broken tusk scrapes gently against my chin. It is awkward. It is strange. It is the most terrifying and gentle thing that has ever happened to me. And then, a jolt. A spark of warmth that has absolutely nothing to do with fear or survival. It travels from my lips, down my spine, and settles deep in my belly. A slow, blooming heat. It is a feeling I have never known, a feeling I have no name for. I pull back, my breath catching in my throat. The moment is shattered. I stumble away from him, my back hitting the cold stone wall of the fissure. I cannot look at him. My face is on fire. Shame, hot and sharp, washes over me. What is wrong with me? How could I feel that? That spark? For him? For a monster with the innocent eyes of a child, a creature whose hands are stained with the blood of countless beings. He makes a low, wounded sound in his chest, a loud sound of pure confusion and rejection. He thinks he has hurt me. "I'm fine," I say quickly, my voice tight and unnatural. I turn away from him, busying myself with my small pouch of supplies, my hands shaking. "I'm just tired. We need to start a fire." I do not look at him for the rest of the night. I feel his eyes on me, heavy with a hurt and confusion that I cannot bring myself to face. I stare into the flames of the fire I build, my thoughts a churning, chaotic mess. I am ashamed of my reaction. I am ashamed of the revulsion I should have felt, and the terrifying, undeniable truth of what I felt instead. I touched the monster, and for a single insane moment I did not hate it.
Chapter 12. Kale. The sky screams. It is a raw, furious sound, a howl of wind and a crash of thunder that makes the very rock around us tremble. Rain comes down, not in drops, but in solid gray sheets, turning the world outside our small cave into a churning chaos of water and wind. Inside, it is dry. It is safe. I have made it so. I sit on my haunches near the mouth of the cave, a silent sentinel, my back to the warmth of the fire. The storm outside is nothing compared to the one that usually rages inside my head. Tonight, for the first time, the red is quiet. It is a sea of embers, not a conflagration. The reason for this quiet sits a few feet away, huddled by the fire. Mikana. She is shivering. It is not a violent, panicked tremor. It is a slow, deep chill that has sunk into her bones. Her tattered tunic, still damp from our journey, offers little warmth. Her arms are wrapped around her knees, her small frame curled in on itself, trying to conserve what little heat she has. Her teeth chatter, a soft, clicking sound that is a spike of ice in the hollow, empty place inside me. Cold. The word is a threat. Cold is an enemy. It weakens. It kills. My primary command, the one that has overwritten every curse and every memory, is a single burning imperative. Protect Mikana. Fire is not enough. I push myself to my feet, my massive form casting a long, flickering shadow across the cave wall. She flinches, her dark eyes snapping to me, wide with a familiar, reflexive fear. The scent of it, sharp and electric, fills the small space. It always does when I move too quickly. I ignore it. I have to. I cross the space between us in 2 strides. I kneel before her. It is an awkward, clumsy movement for a body built for charges and stomps. My knees crack like splitting logs. I am a mountain trying to bow. She shrinks back, pressing herself against the stone wall, making herself smaller, as if she could disappear into the rock itself. I do not speak. The words I have are too few, too rough for this. I must use my hands. My hands which have crushed skulls and torn flesh. My hands, which are weapons of nightmare. I must make them gentle. Slowly, deliberately, I reach for her. She squeezes her eyes shut, a soft, whimpering sound escaping her lips. She is expecting a blow. She is expecting the end. My hand, a slab of scarred hide and thick, black claws, does not strike. It settles on her shoulder. I do not grab. I do not squeeze. I simply rest it there. Her skin is so fragile beneath the thin, damp cloth. I can feel the sharp, bird-like bones of her shoulder, the tremor that runs through her entire body. She's a leaf in the storm of my presence. I tug, a gentle, insistent pressure. Come. She does not resist. She is too terrified, or perhaps too cold, to fight. She allows me to pull her away from the wall, away from the cold stone. I shift my position, sitting back on my haunches, and guide her into the space between my legs, turning her so her back is pressed against my chest. The moment her small, shivering body makes full contact with mine, a jolt, hot and powerful, shoots through me. It is not the pain of the curse. It is something else entirely. It is the feeling of a key sliding into a lock that has been rusted shut for an eternity. She is so small. Her head barely reaches the center of my chest. My legs, bent at the knee, form a protective wall on either side of her. I wrap my arms around her, my massive forearms crossing over her stomach, my hands resting on her far side. I've made a cage for her, a cage of flesh and bone to keep the cold out. She's rigid in my grasp, a statue of pure terror. I can feel the frantic, hammering beat of her heart against my ribs. I remain perfectly still, my own breathing a slow, deep rhythm. I am a mountain. I am a wall. I will not hurt her. Minutes pass. The only sounds are the crackle of the fire and the roar of the storm outside. Slowly, ever so slowly, the tension begins to drain from her body. The frantic drumming of her heart slows. The shivering subsides, replaced by the steady warmth radiating from my body. She lets out a long, shuddering sigh, and her head lolls back, resting against my shoulder. The scent of her fills my senses. Rain and damp earth, yes, but beneath it, the smell of her skin, of her hair, the scent of summer grass and quiet strength. It floods the hollow space inside of me, and at last I feel full. The crimson storm is gone, not just quiet. Gone. There is only a profound, absolute peace. My curiosity, the new, childlike thing she has awakened in me, is a powerful urge. I want to know the texture of her. I want to learn the landscape of her. My hand, the one resting on her side, moves. I do it slowly, a glacier's pace, giving her time to protest, to pull away. She does not. She is pliant in my arms, warm and trusting. My clawed fingertip, a tool made for rending, traces the line of her jaw. Her skin is impossibly soft. I've never touched anything so soft. I run my thumb over her cheek, feeling the fine, downy hair there. I touch her hair, a spill of dark silk against my rough, scarred knuckles. It is a river of shadow, cool and smooth. She makes a soft sound in her sleep, a murmur of contentment, and shifts, pressing herself deeper against me. The sound is my undoing. It is permission. It is acceptance. It is a spark falling on the dry tinder of an instinct I didn't know I possessed. The ghost of the orc inside me, the warrior, the hunter, awakens. And it knows this. It knows this feeling. It knows this ritual. Mate. The word is a brand on my soul. A truth that eclipses every command, every curse. My body moves on its own, driven by a need so deep, so primal. It is a geological force. I shift, turning her to face me, my hands gentle, so gentle as I lay her down on the pallet of furs and moss I made for her earlier. Her eyes flutter open, dark and dazed in the firelight. She looks at me, looming over her, and the fear returns. But it is a confused, sleepy fear. It is not the stark terror of the hunted. "Kale," she whispers, her voice thick with sleep. The sound of my name on her lips is a prayer. It is an absolution. I lower my head. My lips, rough and clumsy, find hers. It's not like the first time, the awkward, hesitant question in the fissure. This is a claiming. It is a statement. Mine. Her lips are soft and warm. They part with a soft gasp of surprise. I do not know what I'm doing. I only know the overwhelming urge to taste her, to know her. I am a creature of instinct, and my every instinct screams that she belongs to me, and I to her. My hands, those clumsy, destructive things, begin to explore. I run a hand down her side, over the sharp angle of her hip, the soft curve of her thigh. She is all delicate lines and fragile strength. I am someone with brute force and jagged edges. I'm terrified I will break her. I pull back, a low growl of frustration and self-loathing rumbling in my chest. I cannot do this. I am a monster. I will ruin her. Her hand, small and warm, comes up to cup my jaw. Her thumb strokes the rough, scarred skin beside my broken tusk. "It's all right," she whispers, her voice a fragile thread in the darkness. I do not know if she is talking to me or to herself. It does not matter. It is permission. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
I collapse beside her, my massive body trembling with the aftershocks. I pull her against my chest, wrapping her in my arms, her back pressed against my heart. She is so small, so fragile, so mine. The storm inside my head is silent. The red is gone. The emptiness is filled. I am still a monster. I am still a creature of nightmare. But as I hold her form in my arms, I know, with a certainty that is as real as the stone beneath me, that I am her monster, and that is enough.
Chapter 13. Mikana. I wake to warmth and the steady, rhythmic thunder of a giant's heart. For a blissful, disoriented moment, I am simply comfortable, safe. Then memory crashes down on me, a tidal wave of heat and shame, and a terrifying, unfamiliar tenderness. My eyes fly open. The cave is dim, the fire burned down to a bed of glowing orange embers. I am cocooned in Kale's arms, my head pillowed on the solid muscle of his shoulder, my body tucked against his side, as if I belong there. His arm, thick as a tree trunk, is draped over my waist, a possessive, heavy weight. The scent of him, of warm stone, of damp earth, of a clean, masculine musk, is all around me. What have I done? I am a fool, a desperate, terrified fool who mistook a moment of shared warmth for… what? I don't even have a name for it. I slept with a monster. I let a creature of nightmare touch me, and I let him. I welcomed it. Shame, hot and acidic, burns in my throat. I have to get away. I have to put space between us, rebuild the walls he so effortlessly shattered. I try to slip from his grasp, my movements as stealthy as a mouse. It's useless. The moment I shift, his arm tightens, not painfully, but with an unyielding strength that makes my breath catch. His eyes open. The amber is so clear this morning, the red storm completely gone. They are the colour of ancient sap, of wild honey in the sun, and they are fixed on me with an intensity that feels like a physical touch. There is no lust in his gaze, no lingering heat from the night before. There is only a quiet, unnerving focus. He is watching me, cataloguing me, the same way I once catalogued his master's dead things. The dynamic has shifted, a tectonic plate grinding into a new, terrifying position. I am no longer just his charge, the small creature he protects. I am something else now, something he has claimed. I stop struggling, my body going still. He seems to take this as acceptance, the tension in his arm easing slightly. He makes a low, rumbling sound in his chest, something I am beginning to recognise as his version of contentment. It makes the shame inside me curdle with a confusing, unwanted warmth. He releases me and pushes himself to a sitting position. He picks up a piece of the cooked suru from the night before and holds it out to me. An offering. A provision. My stomach churns, but I take it. To refuse would be a rejection he would not understand, and I am suddenly terrified of seeing that hurt, confused look on his monstrous face again. I eat the cold, greasy meat, my eyes fixed on the fire, unable to meet his gaze. When it is time to leave, the awkwardness is a tangible thing, a third presence in the cave. I gather my meagre belongings, my movements stiff and jerky. I wince as I pull on my damp, muddy boots, my feet a symphony of protest. Kyle sees the wince. He is across the cave in 2 strides, his massive form blocking out the light from the entrance. He looks at my feet, then at the rough, uneven terrain outside. He makes a decision. Before I can protest, he scoops me into his arms. No! The word bursts from me, a gasp of pure panic. I can walk! He ignores me. He adjusts his grip, settling me against his chest as if I weigh nothing. He holds me with a new, infuriating gentleness, his hands careful not to press on my bruised ribs. Ground. Sharp, he rumbles, his voice a low vibration against my ear. Mikana. Soft. He says it like it is the most obvious fact in the world. Like stone is hard and water is wet. And then he walks out of the cave, carrying me as if I were a precious, fragile doll. This is a new kind of prison. I have never been cared for like this. I have never been treated as something to be protected, to be cherished. In Malakor's world, I was a tool, useful but ultimately disposable. To Kyle, I am soft, fragile, something to be carried. The loss of agency is terrifying. The reason for it is a strange, unfamiliar comfort that I hate myself for feeling. He moves through the forest with an easy rolling gait, my body cradled against his. I should be fighting, demanding to be put down, but I am so tired. And the sure, powerful beat of his heart beneath my ear is a lullaby of safety in a world that wants me dead. I give up, for now. I rest my head against his shoulder and watch the forest pass by in a blur of green and grey. That tree, I say, pointing to a massive specimen with peeling, paper-like bark. It's a typh tree. The nuts are edible in the fall. He looks at the tree, then at me. Typh, he repeats, the word a rough approximation. And that, I say, pointing to a flash of copper and turquoise in the branches, is a parvo, a songbird. Parvo, he echoes, his amber eyes following the bird's flight. Pretty. We continue like this for hours. I name the world for him. He gives the words back to me, his vocabulary growing with every step. He is no longer merely a monster. He is a student. He is a soul reaching for the light, and I am the one holding the candle. It is a heavy, terrifying responsibility. The childlike innocence of his learning is heartbreaking. He asks me why the sky is blue, why the leaves fall, why the moon changes its shape. I answer him with the science and the stories I gleaned from my books, and he listens with a rapt attention that no one has ever given me before. He is seeing the world for the first time, and I am seeing it with him. I am seeing past the danger, past the fear, and finding the simple, brutal beauty of it all. We are so lost in our strange, mobile classroom that we don't sense the danger until it is upon us. There is no warning sound, only the sharp thwip of an arrow slicing through the air, so close to my head I feel the whisper of its passage. It strikes Cale squarely in the thick muscle of his shoulder with a sickening thud. He grunts, a sharp exhalation of pain, but his first instinct is not for himself. It is for me. He gently but swiftly sets me down behind a massive moss-covered boulder, his body a shield between me and whatever is coming. "Stay!" he growls, the single word a command of absolute authority. The childlike student is gone. The warrior is back. They emerge from the trees like ghosts, silent and deadly. 4 of them, Miu warriors, clad in the familiar black armour of Malakor's personal guard. They fan out, their movements coordinated, their curved swords held at the ready. They are not here to capture, they are here to kill. Cale pulls the arrow from his shoulder with a snarl of contempt, tossing it aside. Dark blood wells from the wound, but he ignores it. He turns to face them, and a transformation occurs. The amber of his eyes, so recently clear with curiosity, ignites with the red storm of the curse. His body hunches, his muscles coiling, his form seeming to swell with a raw, malevolent power. A low, guttural roar builds in his chest, a sound that is not just a challenge, but a promise of utter annihilation. The Urog is unleashed. He charges. It is not a clumsy, lumbering attack. It is the charge of a fallen god. He moves with a terrifying, tactical brutality that I have only seen glimpses of before. He doesn't just run at them. He uses the terrain, his massive form a blur of motion, as he weaves between the trees. The first Miu meets his charge head-on, sword raised. Cale doesn't even try to block. He takes the sword strike on his hardened shoulder plate, the blade screeching and skittering off the cursed hide. In the same motion, Cale's fist, a hammer of rock and rage, connects with the elf's helmeted head. The sound is a sickening crunch of metal and bone. The warrior drops like a puppet with its strings cut. The other 3 converge on him, their swords a whirlwind of silver. They are fast, but he is faster. He spins, his massive arm scything through the air, catching one of them across the chest and sending him flying into a tree with enough force to shatter his spine. The remaining 2 are skilled. They work together, one attacking high, the other low, their blades a constant, stinging threat. Kyle takes the cuts, the shallow gashes on his arms and legs, as if they are nothing more than insect bites. He roars, a sound of pure, primal fury, and grabs one of them by the leg. He swings the elf like a club, smashing him into his companion. The sound of their armour and bodies colliding is a wet, percussive horror. He drops the one he is holding and brings his foot down on the elf's chest. The crunch is absolute, final. The last warrior, his leg broken, tries to crawl away. Kyle stalks toward him, his movements slow now, deliberate. He is savouring this. He places a foot on the elf's back, pinning him to the ground. He reaches down, his claws extended. No, I whisper from behind the rock, my voice shaking. I don't want to see the Urog, but the warrior. He's back to a mindless killer that enjoys the torture and loss of life. He freezes. He turns his head, the red haze in his eyes so thick it almost eclipses the amber. He looks at the terrified, broken elf beneath his foot. He looks at me. A war rages behind his eyes, a battle between the monster and the man. With a final, guttural roar of frustration, he lifts his foot. He does not kill the last one. He turns his back on him and limps toward me, the red light slowly, reluctantly, receding from his eyes. He stands before me, a terrifying apparition of blood and violence. He is covered in his own blood and the dark, glistening blood of his enemies. He is breathing heavily, his body a canvas of fresh wounds. He nudges my cheek with the side of his massive head, a strangely gentle, animalistic gesture. He is checking on me. He is making sure I am safe. I look from him to the carnage he has wrought. The broken bodies of the dark elves, some of the most feared warriors in all of Protheka, lie scattered like discarded toys. I should be horrified. I should be repulsed. And I am. A part of me, the part that remembers civility and peace, is screaming in terror. But another part, the part that has lived in fear my entire life, the part that knows the cruelty of the men he just killed, is flooded with a wave of profound, terrifying gratitude. He is a monster. He is a killer. He is my captor and my warden, and he is the only reason I am still breathing. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 14. Kale. Blood sings in my veins. It is a hot, triumphant song, a melody as old as the first axe swung in battle. The orc inside me, the ghost of Kael, revels in it. The scent of spilled dark elf blood, the satisfying crunch of bone under my fist, the terror in my enemy's eyes. These are the notes of a warrior's victory. I have defended my territory. I have protected my own. But the song is discordant. A sour, grating note runs through it, tainting the victory. It is the Urog's glee, the mindless, slavering bloodlust of the curse. The part of me that did not just want to defeat the last warrior, but to savor his screams, to peel the armor from his flesh and hear his ribs crack one by one. The part that I, at Mikana's whispered plea, had to chain back down. The red storm recedes from my eyes, leaving a landscape of carnage and a profound sense of self-loathing. I am a warrior who has been made to love the taste of filth. I am a protector whose hands are stained with the darkness that is not entirely his own. I turn from the broken bodies, my new wounds burning, and limp toward the massive boulder where she hides. She is my anchor, my peace, the one clean thing in my blighted world. She peeks out from behind the stone, her face a pale oval in the gloom, her dark eyes wide and luminous. They are filled with a horrified awe that rips at the tattered edges of my soul. She sees the monster. She sees the savior. She does not yet understand that they are the same creature. I stand before her, dripping blood onto the mossy ground. I'm a nightmare given form. I want to tell her that the violence was necessary. I want to tell her that the warrior regrets the beast's joy. But the words are stone in my throat. All I can do is nudge her cheek with the side of my head, a clumsy, animalistic gesture that is the only language I have for, "Are you safe?" She doesn't flinch. Her hand, small and trembling, comes up to touch the gash on my arm, where a mew blade bit deep. Her touch is a searing brand of gentleness on my raw nerves. "You're hurt," she whispers. Yes, the word is a silent scream in my head. And I am what hurt me. We cannot stay here. The one I let live will crawl back to his master. More will come. They will keep coming until one of us is dead. And I will not let it be her. "Go," I grunt, the word a rough tear in the quiet aftermath. I nod my head deeper into the forest. We run. She understands. She gives the dead elves one last haunted look, then turns and follows me as I plunge back into the trees. The hunt is no longer a simple pursuit. It is a war. They are no longer just tracking us. They are hurting us. We find signs of them everywhere. A discarded arrow fletched with black feathers, the faint scent of their metallic armor on the wind, the unnatural silence of a forest whose smaller creatures have been frightened into hiding. They are clever. They try to drive us toward open ground where their archers can pick me off from a distance. I am a massive target. I counter by keeping to the densest parts of the forest, the ancient gnarled woods where the canopy is so thick it turns day into a perpetual twilight. Here, my size is an advantage. I am a living battering ram, crashing through thickets and deadfall that would slow them to a crawl. We run for a day, then another. We sleep in short, fitful bursts, always in a place with a clear line of retreat. I do not truly sleep. I rest, my senses stretched thin, listening for the snap of a twig, the whisper of a voice. Mikana sleeps huddled against my back, her warmth a small, steady comfort against the cold dread that is my constant companion. On the third day, they catch us. We are crossing a narrow rope and plank bridge over a deep, rocky chasm. The bridge is old, swaying violently with every step I take. Mikana has already crossed, her light weight barely making it tremble. I am halfway across when they appear on the far side, blocking her path. 5 of them this time, and a sorcerer. I recognize Vexia instantly. Her platinum hair is a beacon in the gloom, her violet eyes cold and clinical. She stands behind the warriors, her hands held out before her, already weaving a spell. The air crackles with the scent of ozone and dark magic. Mikana freezes, her back to the chasm, trapped between the sorcerer and the swaying bridge. A rage, pure and absolute, eclipses everything else. They are not just hunting me. They are cornering her. I do not hesitate. I break into a run, my massive weight making the bridge scream in protest. Wood splinters, ropes groan. The warriors on the far side raise their swords, their faces set in grim determination. Vexia chants, her voice a low, sibilant hiss. A shimmering wall of force, a pane of solid, invisible energy, slams into existence at the end of the bridge, cutting Mikana off. I roar, a sound of pure, thwarted fury. I'm still 20 feet away, too far. 2 of the warriors move toward Mikana. She shrinks back against the shimmering wall, her face pale, her eyes darting from the elves to the chasm below. She pulls the small letter opener from her belt, its tiny blade a pathetic defiance against their curved swords. The sight of her, so small, so fierce, so utterly doomed, breaks something inside me. The orc warrior, the ghost of Kale, rises up, and with it comes a memory of tactics, of battle cunning. I cannot reach them, but I can bring them to me. I stop running. I turn, planting my feet firmly on the groaning planks. I grab the thick support ropes on either side of me, my claws digging into the thick, braided fibers. I pull. My muscles scream, the wounds on my body tearing open, but I ignore the pain. The bridge is old, its anchor points in the rock face weakened by years of rain and ice. I put all of my strength, all of my rage, all of my desperate need to protect her into a single, titanic heave. There is a sound like a giant sigh as the anchor bolts on my side of the chasm rip free from the stone. The bridge lurches violently, dropping a dozen feet before the ropes on the far side catch, snapping taut. The warriors and the sorcerer are thrown from their feet. One of them, caught off balance, tumbles over the edge with a surprised scream that is quickly swallowed by the depths. Vexia falls, her spell shattering, the wall of force dissolving into nothing. The bridge now hangs at a steep, treacherous angle, a makeshift ladder to the other side. "Mikana! Climb!" I roar, the words a raw, desperate command. She doesn't hesitate. She scrambles toward the dangling end of the bridge, her hands finding purchase on the ropes. The remaining warriors are getting to their feet, their swords drawn. I have to buy her time. I begin to climb, my massive form swinging wildly. I'm a pendulum of death. A warrior sees me coming and thrusts his sword at me. I let go with one hand, catch the blade in my fist, and rip it from his grasp. I use the momentum to swing forward, my other hand closing around his throat. I snap his neck and let the body drop into the chasm below. I reach the cliff face. I haul myself up, my claws finding purchase in the cracks of the rock. I am a wounded, bleeding mountain, but I am a mountain that moves. I crest the edge just as Mikana reaches safety. Vexia is back on her feet, her face twisted into a mask of cold fury. She begins another chant, her hands weaving a complex pattern of light. I do not give her the chance to finish. I charge. The two remaining warriors place themselves between us, a foolish, final act of loyalty. I swat them aside like flies. I'm upon her. My hand, the one that caught the sword, is bleeding freely. But I do not care. I reach for her, for the architect of my torment. She is fast. She blinks out of existence, a shimmer of displaced air, and reappears a dozen feet away. A space-time spell. Clever, but it costs her. I can see the strain on her face. She will not escape. I'm about to charge again when a wave of dizziness washes over me. The world tilts, the edges of my vision blurring. The wounds, the blood loss, the sheer exertion, it is all catching up to me. I stumble, dropping to one knee. Vexia smiles, a thin, cruel curve of her lips. "The beast is tired," she says, her voice dripping with contempt. She begins a new chant, a low, guttural string of syllables that makes the air feel thick and heavy. A curse of weakness. I try to push myself up, but my limbs feel like they are made of lead. The red storm is fading, replaced by a gray fog of exhaustion. A small, dark shape darts past me. Mikana. She is running, not away, but toward the sorcerer, the tiny, stolen letter opener held before her like a real sword. It is the bravest, most foolish thing I have ever seen. Vexia laughs, a sound of pure, condescending amusement. She raises a hand, a ball of black energy forming in her palm. "No!" I groan, forcing my protesting muscles to move. But Mikana is faster than I am. She doesn't try to stab the sorcerer. She throws herself at Vexia's legs, a desperate, clumsy tackle. It is just enough to spoil her aim. The ball of black energy flies wide, slamming into the cliff face and exploding in a shower of rock and dust. The distraction is all I need. I surge to my feet, the gray fog burned away by a final desperate burst of adrenaline. I am on Vexia before she can cast another spell. My hand closes around her slender throat. Her eyes go wide with shock, then with a flicker of what might be fear. I lift her from the ground, her feet kicking uselessly. I could crush her windpipe with a thought. I could end the architect of my misery right here, right now. The Urog inside me screams for it, but I look past her, at Mikana, who is pushing herself up from the ground, her face pale but her eyes blazing with a fierce, protective light. She's oh so very weak, with wounds big and small. She needs me, and I know I cannot. Not in front of her. With a final roar of frustration, I hurl the sorcerer away from us into the dense forest. I hear her crash through the undergrowth, followed by a string of curses that are anything but elegant. She is alive, but she is gone. For now. I turn and scoop Makana into my arms, my movements urgent. We have to go. We find shelter hours later, a deep, hidden fissure that smells of wet stone and deep earth. I collapse inside, the last of my strength gone. The world swims, the gray fog returning. I fall into a restless, pain-filled sleep, and I dream. It is not a memory. It is a storm. I'm floating in a sea of raw, untamed power, a whirlwind of color and sound. The energy of 1,000 lightning strikes flows through me, tearing me apart and rebuilding me over and over. It is agony. It is ecstasy. It is the song of creation itself. And through the chaos, a word, a name, a place. It echoes in the heart of the storm, a single point of clarity in the madness. A place of unmaking, a place of hope. Wild Spont. I wake with a jolt, the word of fire on my tongue. My wounds burn, my body aches. But my mind is clear, focused with a new and desperate purpose. Makana is beside me, asleep, her hand resting on my arm where she must have been tending my wounds. She is the reason. She is the hope. I shake her shoulder, my movements rougher than I intend. Her eyes fly open, wide with alarm. I have to make her understand. I point to the fused collar on my neck, the symbol of my curse. I point to my own chest, to the ghost of the orc trapped inside. Then I look her in the eyes, pouring all of my desperation, all of my hope into a single guttural word. Wild Spont.
Chapter 15. Makana. Wild Spont. The word hangs in the air of the fissure, a rough, guttural sound full of a desperate, terrifying hope. Kyle says it as he points to the fused iron collar on his neck, then to his own massive chest. He is giving me a destination, a reason, a cure. I stare at him, at the raw plea in his amber eyes. A wild spont. I remember the term from one of Malakor's oldest texts. A place of pure, untamed magic. A natural phenomenon where the veil between realms is thin, causing reality to warp and twist. They are considered legends by most, places of extreme danger, as likely to unmake a person as they are to grant them power. And he believes one can cure him. The hope is a fragile, beautiful, and utterly insane thing. We are in the middle of a hostile forest, wounded, with the most powerful dark elf in Leondor hunting us, and our goal is to find a mythical place that may not even exist. It is the most hope I have had in my entire life. Okay, I whisper, the word feeling impossibly large. Okay, Kyle, we'll find it. The relief that washes over his monstrous features is so profound it makes my own chest ache. But hope is not a map. For 2 days we travel with a new, frantic purpose. We are no longer just running, we are searching. But the forest is a vast, monotonous sea of green and grey. Every direction looks the same. Kyle seems to be moving on instinct, drawn by some internal compass I cannot sense, but even he seems lost. A low growl of frustration, a near constant rumble in his chest. We are running out of time. Our wounds are beginning to fester, and the small amount of dried meat we have left will not last another day. On the 3rd morning, a new scent cuts through the damp air. Wood smoke. Kyle freezes instantly, his massive form going rigid. He pulls me behind him, his arm a barrier of solid muscle, and sniffs the air, his head tilted. His eyes, which had been so clear, so full of a fragile humanity, are now clouded with the red haze of the hunter. My own heart begins to hammer against my ribs. Smoke means a campfire. A campfire means people, and people, in my experience, mean pain. But they might also mean information. They might mean supplies. Wait, I whisper, my hand resting on his arm. The muscle beneath my palm is coiled tight as a steel spring. He looks down at me, a low, warning growl vibrating through his chest. Threat. "We need help, Kyle," I say, my voice barely audible. "We can't find this place alone. We need to know where to look." He shakes his head, a sharp, violent motion. "No, danger." "I know," I say, my own fear a cold knot in my stomach. "But we don't have a choice." The conflict in his eyes is a physical storm. The primal instinct to protect me by eliminating any potential threat is warring with the fragile trust he has placed in me. He is my shield, but I am his guide. His connection to a world he no longer understands. After a long, tense moment, he gives a short, reluctant nod. But he does not lower his guard. We approach the source of the smoke with the stealth of ghosts. Kale moves with a terrifying silence, his massive feet making no sound on the damp earth. I follow in his shadow, my heart in my throat. We stop at the edge of a small, rocky clearing. A tiny fire crackles merrily, a single figure huddled beside it. It's a human. The relief is so overwhelming it almost buckles my knees. He is wiry and thin, his clothes little more than rags, his face gaunt and covered in a dirty, scraggly beard. He is roasting a small, rodent-like creature on a stick, his eyes fixed on the flames with a hungry intensity. He looks like a man who has been pushed to the very edge of survival. He looks like me. Kyle remains hidden in the trees, a silent, brooding mountain of disapproval. I know he wants to kill this man, to eliminate the potential threat before it can even register our presence. "No," I whisper, my voice firm. "Let me." I take a deep breath and step into the clearing. The man's head snaps up, his eyes widening in alarm. He scrambles to his feet, grabbing a sharpened stake from the ground beside him, his posture defensive, terrified. He is a cornered animal. "I'm not going to hurt you," I say, holding my empty hands out where he can see them. He eyes me suspiciously, his gaze darting from my face to the dark trees behind me. "Who are you? Are you alone?" "My name is Mikana," I say, choosing my words carefully. I was a slave. I escaped." The tension in his shoulders eases slightly. He sees the brand on my wrist, the coiled serpent of House Malachor, and a flicker of recognition, of shared misery passes through his eyes. "Escaped from Malachor?" he says, his voice a rough rasp. "I've heard about Malachor's slave. Rumours abound. You've got a death wish, girl." "I'm aware," I say dryly. "Who are you?" "Fenris," he says. He lowers the sharpened stake, though he doesn't drop it. "Escaped from the Nephtherium mines on Clues. Been on the run for 6 months." He has a charismatic air about him, despite his wretched appearance. His eyes are a bright, intelligent blue, and his smile, when it comes, is a flash of white in his dirty face. It is the first genuine smile I have seen from another human in a decade. It is a dangerously seductive thing. "You're a long way from Clues," I say, taking another cautious step closer. "So are you," he counters. "What's a Leandor house slave doing this deep in the Pref wilderness?" "Looking for something," I say vaguely. "A place? Have you ever heard of a wild spont?" Fenris's eyebrows shoot up. He lets out a low whistle. "Heard of them?" "Girl, every slave in the mines whispers stories about the wild sponts. Places of great power, they say. Places where a man can find a new beginning, or a quick end." My heart leaps. He knows. "Do you know where one is?" I ask, my voice tight with a hope so fierce it hurts. He laughs, a short, humourless bark. "If I knew that, do you think I'd be sitting here roasting a Rodan? They're legends. Ghosts. No one knows where they are for sure. You can only stumble on them and not find one." My hope plummets. Of course, it was too easy. "But," he says, his blue eyes twinkling. "I've heard things. Old stories from the shamans and the long-timers in the mines. They say the wild spots have a feel to them. They say the air gets thin, that the trees grow in strange ways. They say they're often found in places where the rock itself is sick with magic." He gestures around us, at the ancient, gnarled trees, the moss-covered stones. "This whole forest feels sick with magic. You could wander for a lifetime and not find it." He is right. We are lost. "What if you weren't wandering alone?" I ask, the words tumbling out before I can stop them. "What if you had protection?" Fenris's eyes narrow, his gaze shifting to the dark trees behind me once more. He is no fool. He knows I am not alone. A low growl, a sound like grinding stones, rumbles from the shadows. Kyle is making his presence known. His warning is clear. Do not trust him. Fenris's face pales, but he holds his ground. "Protection from what?" he asks, his voice tight. "From whatever hunts you," I say, "from whatever hunts us. I am taking a terrible risk. This man could be a spy, a bandit, a killer, but he is also a human who has suffered at the hands of the Dark Elves. He is a man who understands desperation, and right now he is the only chance we have. I have a protector," I continue, my voice gaining strength. "He is strong. He can hunt. We can share our food. We can watch each other's backs. Together, we might have a chance of finding this place." Fenris stares at me for a long, silent moment. I can see the calculations happening behind his bright blue eyes. He is weighing the risk of travelling with a stranger against the certainty of dying alone. "And what's in it for me?" he finally asks. "If we find this magic place of yours?" "A new beginning," I say, echoing his own words. "The same thing you're looking for." He glances at the roasting rodent on the fire, then at my own gaunt face. We are two starving dogs fighting over a bone. "My daughter," he says suddenly, his voice thick with an emotion that feels painfully real. "Her name is Alara. The elves, they still have her. They use her to make sure I don't cause any trouble. If I could find a place of power, a way to get strong, maybe I could get her back." The story is a punch to the gut. It is so full of a desperate parental love that it feels unimpeachable. It is the perfect lure for a fool like me who is starving for a reason to trust. Against my better judgment, against the low, insistent growl that is still vibrating from the trees, I make a decision. "We'll help you," I say. "We'll find the wild spot, together." Fenris breaks into a wide, relieved grin. "All right then, Makana," he says, finally dropping the sharpened stake. "It seems we have a deal." He offers me a piece of the roasted rodent. As I reach for it, Kale steps from the shadows. The sight of him is a physical blow. Fenris stumbles back, his face draining of all colour, a choked gasp escaping his lips. Kyle is a 10-foot-tall nightmare of scars and cursed flesh, his amber eyes blazing with a cold, possessive fire. He positions himself between me and Fenris, a silent, immovable wall. He looks at the piece of meat in Fenris's hand, then at me, and lets out a low, rumbling growl that is a clear and unambiguous statement. She eats what I provide. The power dynamic in our small, desperate group has just been brutally, terrifyingly established. Fenris is our guide. I am the negotiator. And Kale is the monster who owns me.
Chapter 16. Kale. The human Fenris calls this place safe. He found it for us. An old hunter's cabin, tucked away in a fold of the hills, its roof sagging, its walls covered in a thick blanket of moss that makes it all but invisible from a distance. It is a good hiding place. The scent of old wood and animal musk is strong here, a thick cloak that masks our own trail. But it is not safe. Nowhere is safe. Not while the Master breathes. Not while the ghost of the orc inside me remembers what it is to be hunted. I watch Fenris from the dark corner of the cabin that I have claimed as my own. He sits by the small, smoky fire he built, sharpening his pathetic wooden stake with a shard of flint. He is wiry and quick, his bright blue eyes constantly moving, assessing. He smiles too easily. His story about his daughter Alara is a well-crafted thing, full of a grief that feels almost real. Almost. My primal instincts, the ones that have been honed by the curse into a razor's edge, scream that he is a threat. He is a variable I cannot control. He looks at Mikana when he thinks I am not watching. He looks at her with a hunger that is not for food. It is the hungry look of a starving man seeing a feast he knows he cannot have. It makes me want to rip his throat out. Mikana, however, seems to blossom in his presence. She talks to him, another human, another survivor. Her voice, usually so quiet and measured, has a lighter cadence. She even laughs once, a soft, startled sound that is the most beautiful and painful thing I have ever heard. Painful, because I am not the one who caused it. I do not like it. I do not like him, but I tolerate his presence, for her, because she believes we need him, and her belief is a chain I'm only just learning how to wear. When night falls, Fenris announces he will take the first watch outside. "You two get some rest," he says, his smile too wide, too friendly. "You look like you've been through the 13 hells." He has no idea. He slips out of the cabin, leaving us alone in the flickering firelight. The small space is suddenly charged, the air thick with the memory of our last night together in the cave. The memory of her touch. Mikana does not look at me. She busies herself by the fire, tending to a small pot of water she is boiling with some herbs she found. My herbs, the ones I pointed out to her, my rough grunt of a word. Heal, the only instruction. She's making a poultice for my wounds. She approaches me, her movements hesitant. The scent of her, of clean water and crushed Fieldvec grass, is a balm to the simmering rage that Fenris's presence ignites. "This will help," she says softly, holding a small, damp cloth filled with the mashed green paste. The arrow wound. It looks angry. She kneels before me. I'm sitting on the floor, my back against the rough-hewn wall, and still I tower over her. She has to reach up to touch my shoulder. Her fingers are so small, so delicate against the scarred ruin of my hide. Her touch is a quiet fire. It does not burn with the raw desperation of the cave. It is a slow, deliberate warmth that sinks past the skin, past the muscle, and into the very core of my being. It is a conscious choice. She's choosing to touch the monster. She works in silence, her brow furrowed in concentration, as she cleans the wound and applies the poultice. Her touch is firm, professional, but every brush of her fingers against my skin is a spark that threatens to ignite a forced fire inside me. The orc ghost inside me is stronger now. It remembers things. It remembers the quiet intimacy of a mate tending to her warrior's wounds after a battle. It remembers the pride, the honor, the profound connection of it. This is a ritual as old as my lost clan. When she is done, her hand lingers on my shoulder. Her thumb strokes the edge of one of the hardened, cursed plates of my skin. "Does it hurt?" she whispers, her gaze fixed on the wound. "Everything hurts," I want to say. Being in this body is a constant agony. Remembering is a torture. Forgetting is a void. The only thing that does not hurt is you. But the words are too complex, a tangled knot in my throat. "No," I manage to grunt. "A lie." She looks up at me then, her dark eyes searching my face in the firelight. She sees the lie. She sees the pain behind it. And she doesn't pull away. Instead, she leans in. My entire being goes still. The world narrows to the space between us, to the scent of her, to the warmth of her breath on my skin. Her lips, soft and hesitant, press against the scarred flesh of my cheek. It is not a kiss of passion. It's a kiss of comfort, of compassion. It is a gesture so full of a gentle, heart-breaking bravery that it shatters the last of my defenses. The ghost of Kale, the warrior, the orc, rises up and takes control. My hand, the one that is not wounded, comes up to cup the back of her head, my massive fingers tangling in the silken river of her dark hair. I do not pull her closer. I simply hold her there, anchoring her to me. I'm giving her a choice, a chance to retreat. She does not. She leans into my touch, a silent surrender that is anything but weak. It is a choice. The firelight dances across her skin as I lower myself beside her, my massive frame careful not to overwhelm her delicate form. Every breath I take is measured, controlled. The beast within me leashed by something far more powerful than chains or magic. Love. The word echoes in the hollow chambers of my cursed soul, foreign yet achingly familiar. Makana, I rumble again, savoring the shape of her name on my tongue. My hand, scarred and monstrous, trembles as I trace the elegant line of her jaw. She turns into my touch, her eyes fluttering closed, trust written in every line of her body. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. We collapse together, a tangle of limbs and racing hearts. I pull her against me, tucking her small form into the protective cage of my body. Outside, I can hear Fenris moving around, keeping watch. Tomorrow will bring new dangers, new challenges. The Master's hunters draw closer with each passing hour. But tonight, in this stolen moment of peace, I am not the Urog. I am not a weapon forged in darkness and pain. I am Kyle. I'm her mate. And finally, I feel whole. And as my release shudders through me, a wave of pure, unadulterated light in the darkness of my soul, I know that this moment of peace, this fragile, stolen sanctuary, is worth any battle, any pain, any hell that is to come. I hold her in the aftermath, her warm, sleeping body a perfect fit against my own. The storm is coming. I can feel it in the air. I can smell it on the wind. Fenris is a lie, and the Master's hunters are not far behind. But for tonight, in this small, broken-down cabin, the world is just her, and that is enough.
Chapter 17. Mikana. The morning air in the cabin is thick with unspoken things. I woke up tangled in Kale's arms, the warmth of his massive body a stark contrast to the cold knot of shame and a terrifying, thrilling new feeling in my stomach. The memory of the night before is a brand on my skin, a secret language that now exists only between us. He is different this morning. The childlike curiosity is still there in his amber eyes, but it is layered with something deeper, something fiercely possessive. He watches me, not as a curiosity, but as a territory he has claimed. Fenris returns from his watch just after dawn, his smile as bright and as false as ever. He brings with him a string of fish from a nearby stream, and the scent of them cooking over the fire does little to dispel the tension. "Good news," he announces, his voice a little too loud in the small cabin. "I was scouting the ridges while you two were resting, found a path, an old one, barely there, leads up into the foothills where the trees get weird, twisted, and the moss glows at night. Sounds like the kind of sick magic the old-timers used to talk about, doesn't it? My heart gives a painful, hopeful lurch. A lead, a real one. After weeks of aimless running, we have a destination. I look at Kyle. He is sitting in his corner, a silent mountain of scarred flesh, his eyes fixed on Fenris. A low, almost inaudible growl vibrates in his chest. He does not trust this. He does not trust him. We should go, I say, my voice steady. Ignoring the warning signs, Kyle is all but screaming at me. Hope is a more potent drug than any poison, and I am an addict. Now. Fenris grins. My thoughts exactly. The journey is arduous. The path Fenris found is treacherous, winding its way up into the rugged foothills of the Pref mountain range. The forest changes around us. The trees are no longer just old, they are unnatural. Their trunks are twisted into grotesque spiral shapes, their branches reaching like the grasping arms of drowning men. The moss on the rocks does indeed glow with a faint, sickly green light, even in the dim daylight. The air grows thin and has a strange, metallic taste to it, like the air in Malakor's sanctum. It is a place of wrongness. It feels like the veil between worlds is thin here, stretched taut and ready to tear. It feels like we are walking into the heart of a wound. Kale is a storm cloud of silent rage. He follows Fenris, but his every movement is tense, his amber eyes constantly scanning the twisted trees, the unnatural shadows. He walks so close behind me, I can feel the heat radiating from his body, his presence a constant suffocating shield. He does not like this place. He does not like our guide. We're close, Fenris calls back to us, his voice echoing strangely in the thin air. The path opens into a clearing just ahead. I felt the power strongest there. He pushes through a final curtain of hanging, glowing moss and disappears from view. Kyle stops. He grabs my arm, his grip a band of iron. No, he grunts, his voice a low, urgent rumble. He pulls me back, trying to position himself in front of me. But it's too late. Fenris's voice, full of a genuine, heartbreaking sorrow, drifts back to us. I'm sorry, he says. He has my daughter. And then the world explodes. Figures melt from the shadows of the twisted trees, surrounding the clearing ahead. Miyu warriors, at least a dozen of them, their black armour absorbing the sickly green light, their curved swords drawn. They move with a silent, deadly grace, fanning out to block any hope of escape. And in the midst of them, standing beside a tearful, apologetic Fenris, is Vexia. Her platinum hair seems to suck the light from the air, her violet eyes landing on us with a cold, clinical satisfaction. She is not dressed for battle like last time. She wears a simple, elegant robe of dark purple silk, as if she is here merely to observe a scientific demonstration. Well done, Fenris, she says, her voice like the chime of broken glass. Your pathetic loyalty is useful. Your offspring will be returned to you. In pieces, of course, but returned nonetheless. Fenris lets out a choked sob and collapses to his knees. Kale roars. It is not a sound of grief or rage. It is the vibration of a promise being broken, of a trust being betrayed. It sounds like my foolish hope dying a violent death. He shoves me behind him, his massive body a living wall. Run! He snarls, a single guttural command. But there is nowhere to run. The Miyu are closing in, their swords raised. The battle is a whirlwind of brutal, chaotic violence. Kyle is a force of nature, a 10-foot-tall vortex of cursed fury. He meets the first wave of warriors head-on, his fists and claws tearing through their armour, his roars of rage echoing off the twisted trees. He is magnificent, he is terrifying, and he is outnumbered. While he is engaged with the warriors, a shadow falls over me. Vexia. She has moved with a sorcerer's silence, appearing before me as if from thin air. The anomaly, she says, her violet eyes ablaze with a predatory curiosity. She circles me slowly, like a scientist studying a particularly interesting insect. The flaw in the matrix. I spent years perfecting the Urog curse. It is a masterpiece of magical bioengineering. It should be flawless. And yet, you broke it. With a word. She stops in front of me, her gaze intense. I must admit I am fascinated. What are you, little slave, that your presence can soothe a storm of pure chaos? What is in your blood? She reaches out a slender, pale hand, her fingers crackling with a faint purple energy. Let's find out, shall we? She is going to kill me, or worse. Panic, cold and sharp, lances through me. I scramble backward, but my back hits the hard trunk of a twisted tree. I am trapped. She begins to chant, a low, sibilant string of words that make the air around me feel thick and heavy, like syrup. A binding spell. I can feel it beginning to take hold, my limbs growing heavy, my muscles refusing to obey. I am going to die here. No. A wave of pure, defiant rage, a feeling I recognise from Kale's own amber eyes, surges through me. I will not be a specimen. I will not be a victim on a slab. I throw my hand up, a desperate, instinctual gesture to ward off the encroaching magic. My palm connects with the shimmering purple energy that surrounds Vexia's hand. The result is instantaneous and violent. There is a sound like a whip crack and a flash of brilliant white light. The purple energy of Vexia's spell doesn't just dissipate, it short-circuits, fizzling out in a shower of angry spitting sparks. The binding sensation vanishes, leaving a strange, tingling warmth in my veins. Vexia stumbles back, her hand clutched to her chest, a look of utter shock on her perfect, cruel face. She stares at her own hand, then at me, her clinical curiosity replaced by a hungry, predatory excitement. Perna blood, she breathes, the words a reverent whisper. Fascinating, diluted but present. Oh, the things I will learn from taking you apart. She begins a new chant, a more powerful one this time, the air crackling with malevolent energy. Kyle sees it. He is engaged with 3 warriors, his body a canvas of fresh wounds, but his head snaps toward us. He sees Vexia, her hands weaving a web of dark magic around me. He sees his mate, his peace, threatened by the architect of his own personal hell. A sound rips from his throat that is unlike anything I have ever heard before. It is not a roar of rage. It is a torturous sound of pure, unadulterated agony and loss, the sound of a soul being torn in two. The last vestiges of the orc of Kale are burned away. All that is left is the Urog, the monster, the berserker. He moves. He is no longer a warrior. He is a natural disaster. He throws one of the Miyu warriors into another with enough force to shatter them both. He ignores the sword that sinks deep into his side, his only focus on the last warrior between him and Vexia. He grabs the elf by the head and simply squeezes. He is a blur of motion, a 10-foot-tall engine of death charging across the clearing, his eyes a solid, blazing red. Vexia sees him coming. The look on her face is not fear, it is annoyance. Her spell, meant for me, changes its target. You have become a liability, beast, she snarls. She thrusts her hands forward. A spear of pure black energy, crackling with lightning, erupts from her palms and slams into Kyle's side. It is not a shallow cut. It is a grievous, mortal wound. It punches through his hardened hide, leaving a smoking, cauterized hole the size of my fist. Kyle stumbles, a choked, agonized sound escaping his lips. His momentum carries him forward, but his charge has been broken. He should have killed Vexia last time. It's all my fault for being weak. Vexia does not press the attack. She gives me one last, promising smile. I will have you both, eventually, she says. Then she blinks out of existence, teleporting away to safety. The clearing falls silent, littered with the broken bodies of the Miyu. Kyle stands for a moment, swaying on his feet, his amber eyes finding mine. The storm is gone, replaced by a dawning horror as he looks down at the smoking wound in his side. Then his eyes roll back in his head, and he collapses to the ground with a sound that shakes the earth. I rush to his side, my brief moment of power, my impossible discovery, forgotten. All that matters is the monster lying broken at my feet, the monster who just sacrificed himself for me. His blood is a dark, spreading stain on the glowing moss. Our trust in the world, in anyone but each other, is a casualty lying among the dead. We are alone, and he is dying.
Chapter 18. Kale. Darkness. Not the familiar, hollow darkness of my cell, not the quiet, watchful darkness of the forest night. This is a new darkness, a thick, syrupy void that has a weight and a sound. The sound is a high, thin scream that I vaguely recognize as my own. I'm floating in an ocean of fire. The wound in my side, a gift from the sorcerer Vexia, is a sun of pure agony, its heat radiating through every part of my cursed body. The black magic of her spell is a poison, a living, writhing thing that coils around the tattered remnants of my soul and squeezes. The red storm is back, a hurricane of pain and rage, and I am drowning in it. This is the end. The beast has finally broken, and the darkness will swallow what is left. Suddenly there's light. It is not the harsh, sterile light of magic torches or the cold, distant light of the moon. It is a soft, gentle warmth that presses against my cheek. A touch. Her touch. Kale. Her voice is a thread of silver in the roaring darkness, a single steady note in the cacophony of my pain. I cling to it. It is the only real thing in this burning hell. "Don't you dare leave me," she whispers, her voice raw, desperate. "Don't you dare!" I try to open my eyes, but my body is no longer my own. It is a vessel of agony, a ship being torn apart in a storm. I am a ghost, trapped inside, watching the destruction. I feel her hands on me, small and surprisingly strong. She's pressing a cloth to the wound in my side. The pain intensifies, a fresh wave of fire that makes the darkness behind my eyes flash with white-hot light. I roar, or I think I do. The sound is lost in the storm. She presses harder, her voice a low, fierce chant. "Stay with me, Kale, stay with me." Something shifts. The fire in the wound changes. The raw, agonizing heat is met by a new sensation, a coolness, a gentle, spreading warmth that is not the heat of the curse. It is the warmth of a hearth fire on a cold night. It is the warmth of the sun on my skin. I feel it emanating from her hands. A soft, silvery light begins to glow behind my closed eyelids. It is her. She is doing this. The darkness recedes slightly, enough for the dreams to begin. They are not the usual fragmented nightmares of the hunt. They are memories, sharp and clear, pulled from the depths by the strange, soothing power of her touch. I am a boy, not Kale, the warrior, just Kale. I'm chasing my brother Grok through the snows of the Stonefang Valley. Our laughter is a cloud of white in the crisp mountain air. My father, the chieftain before Gromash, watches us from the entrance to our longhouse, his face one of stern pride. He is a mountain of an orc, his beard thick with frost. He is alive. He is whole. The memory is so beautiful. It is a fresh agony. The grief is a physical blow that threatens to send me back into the drowning darkness. But her voice is there, a steady anchor. "It's all right. I'm here." And the cool silver light from her hands intensifies, pushing back the grief, holding the darkness at bay. It allows me to see, to remember without being consumed. The dreams shift. I am a warrior. I stand before my clan, my hand bound to the hand of another. An orc woman. My mate. Her name is gone, lost in the red storm. But I remember her face, her fierce, loving eyes, the way she smiled when I brought her the pelt of a snow-ipen. We are happy. We are complete. The pain of this lost memory is a blade that twists in my soul. I feel a guttural sob tear itself from my throat. Her hand moves from my wound to my face. Her small, soft palm rests against my scarred cheek. The cool, silver light flows into me, a river of peace that washes over the burning shores of my grief. "It's okay," she whispers. "You're not alone." The dream changes again. The memory I have tried so hard to outrun. The ambush. The scent of dark elf magic. A foul, metallic stench that chokes the clean mountain air. The screams of my clan. The clash of steel. Grommash, my chieftain, my brother in all but blood, falling with a dozen arrows in his chest. The face of Vexia, her violet eyes burning with a cold, clinical curiosity as she chants the words that unmake me. The pain, the fire, the breaking of bone and the tearing of flesh. The red storm descending, burning away my name, my mate, my clan, my soul. This time, I do not fight it. I let the memory wash over me, the agony of it absolute. But her touch is there, a constant, steady presence. The silver light is a shield, not against the pain, but against the oblivion that follows. It allows me to see the horror for what it is, a memory, a part of me, not the whole of me. I feel her begin to tremble. The flow of her strange, healing magic falters. I can feel her fatigue through our connection, a deep, bone-weary exhaustion. She is pushing herself to her very limit. She is pouring her own life force into me to keep the darkness at bay. How is Mikana doing this? She has Purna blood? No, a part of me screams, not for me. I'm not worth it. But she does not stop. I feel a final, desperate surge of her power, a brilliant flare of silver light that is so intense it feels like it is physically knitting my torn flesh back together. It is an act of pure, selfless sacrifice. And then the darkness breaks. I wake. The first thing I'm aware of is the silence. The red storm is gone. The screaming in my head has stopped. The fire in my side has been banked to a dull, throbbing ache. The second thing is her. She slumped over my chest, her head resting on my shoulder, her body limp with exhaustion. Her face is pale as bone, her breathing shallow. The skin of her hand, still resting on my cheek, is cold. She has given everything. I look at the wound in my side. It is still a horrific, gaping hole, but the edges are no longer black and festering. The flesh is a clean, healthy red, already beginning to knit itself together. The poison of Vexia's spell is gone. She did this. The small, fragile human with the fire of a Purna in her blood. A feeling, vast and overwhelming, rises in my chest. It is not the possessiveness of the beast, or the pride of the warrior. It is a profound, aching tenderness. It is a feeling so powerful it threatens to break me all over again. I do not move for a long time. I just lie there, breathing in the scent of her, feeling the light weight of her hand on my face. When the light of morning finally filters into our hiding place, her eyelids flutter open. Her dark eyes, hazy with exhaustion, find mine. A flicker of fear, then relief. "You're awake," she whispers, her voice a dry rasp. I open my mouth to speak, and for the first time, the words are not a struggle. They are not rough stones I have to force from my throat. They are clear. They are mine. "You saved me, Mikana," I say. My voice is a low, gravelly rumble, the voice of a creature who has not truly spoken in an age. But it is steady. Tears well in her eyes, spilling down her pale cheeks. "I thought I'd lost you. You can speak." I reach up, my hand clumsy, and wipe a tear from her cheek with my thumb. My touch, which should be monstrous, is surprisingly steady. "Yes," I say, "you found me." I need her to know. I need to say it, to make it real, before the fog can return, before the curse can try to reclaim me. I push myself to a sitting position, the movement sending a fresh wave of pain through my side, but I ignore it. I look her in the eyes, pouring all of my newfound clarity, all of my desperate, fragile hope, into my words. My name is Kale, I say, my words a sacred vow. I am Kale, of the Stonefang clan. I say it again, the syllables a comfort, a shield. My name is Kale. I'm a warrior of the Stonefang. I keep my gaze locked on hers, my voice low and steady, repeating the words over and over, a litany against the darkness. I am introducing myself. I am reminding myself. I am a monster. I am a beast. I am a broken thing. But I have a name, and Mikana is the one who gave it back to me.
Chapter 19. Mikana. The world has become small. It has shrunk to the size of this damp, hidden cave, to the flickering circle of firelight, to the quiet, steady rhythm of Kale's breathing as he sleeps. It has been 3 days since the ambush. 3 days of a tense, fragile peace, of listening to the forest for the sound of our hunters, of watching Kyle heal. He is different. The change is not just in his wounds, which, thanks to the strange, latent power I'd exhausted myself to summon, are closing with an unnatural speed. The change is behind his eyes. The Urog, the mindless, raging beast, is a ghost now, a faint shadow that only flickers in moments of extreme pain or stress. The soul of the orc, the being who calls himself Kyle, is at the forefront. He is awake, and his awakening is the most beautiful and heartbreaking thing I have ever witnessed. He sits by the fire, his massive form folded into a space that is too small for him. He is trying to carve a piece of wood with the small, sharp blade I took from the dead Miyu warrior. His hands, gargantuan things made for wielding axes and breaking shields, are clumsy and slow. His tongue is poked out from between his lips in concentration, a strangely childlike gesture on that monstrous, scarred face. He is carving a bird, a parvo, like the one I pointed out to him days ago. The result is a crude, lopsided thing, but it is undeniably a bird. He holds it up, turning it over and over, a low growl of frustration rumbling in his chest at its imperfections. "It's beautiful, Kyle," I say softly from my spot where I am mending my tattered tunic with a bone needle and a thread pulled from a spider's web. He looks at me, his golden amber eyes, so clear now, holding a flicker of doubt. Wood. Wrong. Hands. Big. "No," I say, my heart aching with a tenderness that is becoming frighteningly familiar. "It's perfect. You made it." He looks back at the wooden bird, then at his own hands, at the thick black claws that tip his fingers. A shadow passes over his face, the ghost of the Urog, the memory of what these hands have done. I see the self-loathing that twists his features. I put down my sewing and move to kneel before him. I take his hand in mine. It is a terrifying, magnificent thing, my own hand completely lost in his grasp. The skin is a landscape of rough, calloused hide and unnaturally hard plates, crisscrossed with a web of white scars. I run my thumb over his knuckles, feeling the immense, dormant power beneath the skin. "These hands," I say in a quiet murmur, "these hands saved my life. These hands keep me warm. They make me safe." He looks at our joined hands, then at me, his gaze so full of a raw, wounded vulnerability that it feels like I am looking directly into his soul. He does not understand how I can touch him without flinching, how I can look at him without seeing the monster. He doesn't realize that I no longer see the monster. I see the prisoner trapped inside. I see the warrior who fights a battle every single day against the darkness that was forced upon him. I see the gentle, grieving soul who carves clumsy wooden birds because he remembers a moment of simple beauty. I am in love with him. The realization is not a lightning strike. It is a slow, creeping dawn that I have been trying to ignore for days. It is terrifying. It is insane. It is the truest thing I have ever known. I am in love with a creature that the world sees as a monster. a being whose very existence is a crime, and I would not have it any other way. He brings my hand to his face, pressing my palm against his rough, scarred cheek. He closes his eyes, a low, shuddering sigh escaping his lips. He is not just touching me. He is anchoring himself to me. Grack, he whispers, his voice thick with a memory so painful it is a physical presence in the cave. Who is Grack? I ask softly. My brother, he says, his eyes still closed. We hunted, in the snow. He laughed. The sound. It is gone. The grief that pours from him is a palpable thing, a wave of cold that makes the small hairs on my arms stand up. He is sharing his pain with me, offering me the broken pieces of his past. I lean in, my other hand coming up to cup his face, my fingers tangling in the rough black hair at his temple. I'm sorry, Kyle, I whisper. My lips find his. This kiss is not born of desperation or a primal claiming. It is a conscious choice, a comfort, a quiet, deliberate act of love. His lips are rough, chapped, but they are gentle against mine. The kiss is slow, deep, a silent conversation that says everything we do not have the words for. It says, I see you. I accept you. You are not alone. He pulls back, his amber eyes searching mine. The question in them is clear. Are you sure? I answer by leaning in again, my kiss more demanding this time. I pour all of my fear, my gratitude, my impossible, terrifying love into it. I am no longer the frightened slave girl. I am a woman who has chosen her fate, and my fate is him. A low growl, not of aggression, but of pure possessive need, rumbles in his chest. He lifts me as if I am made of air and carries me to the pallet of furs that has become our shared bed. He lays me down with a reverence that makes my heart ache. He looms over me, a mountain of shadow and moonlight from the cave entrance. The firelight plays over the harsh angles of his face, the jagged line of his broken tusk, the permanent, shameful brand of the fused collar at his neck. He is a creature of nightmare. He is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. You are not afraid? He asks, his voice a raw, broken whisper. No, I lie. I am terrified, but not of him. I am terrified of the world that will try to tear us apart. I am terrified of the hope that is blooming in my chest, because hope is a thing that can be killed. I reach up, my hands tracing the line of his jaw, the rough texture of his skin. I see you, Kyle, I say. The sounds a vow. Not the Urog. You. His eyes squeeze shut, a single hot tear escaping to trace a path through the grime on his cheek. He lowers his head, his lips finding the hollow of my throat, the curve of my shoulder. His touch is a pilgrimage, a slow, reverent exploration. His massive hands, which could so easily break me, are impossibly gentle. They work at the ties of my tunic with careful precision, peeling away the layers between us until I lie bare beneath him.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Love, he murmurs into my hair, the word clumsy on his tongue, but beautiful for its truth. Love Mikana. Tears prick my eyes as I press closer to him. I love you too, Kael. Gods help us both. I love you too. The world outside, with its hunters and its masters, feels a universe away. In this small, hidden cave, We have created a sanctuary, a fragile, impossible peace. I know it cannot last. I know that Malachor and his sorcerer are still out there. I know that the path to the wild spont is a fool's errand that will likely get us both killed. But as I lie here, held safe in the arms of the monster I have fallen in love with, I do not care. For the first time in my life, I am not just surviving. I am living.
Chapter 20. Kale. The air is wrong. It is thin and sharp in my lungs, carrying a scent like ozone after a lightning strike, a constant low-level hum of raw power that makes the teeth in my jaw ache. The curse inside me, the Urog's rage, is a restless, snarling thing in this place. It hates the untamed magic. It feels threatened by a power it cannot dominate. But the orc, the ghost of Kale, feels something else. A pull. A resonance. It is like hearing the faint, distant echo of a clan horn from a life I can barely remember. It is a call home. This is the place, I grunt, my voice a low rumble. We stand on a ridge, looking down into a valley choked with a forest unlike any I have ever seen. The trees are not merely twisted. They are sentient in their wrongness. Their bark shimmers with an oily rainbow sheen, and their branches reach for the sky not in supplication, but in agony. The moss on the ground glows with a brighter, more insistent green light, pulsing in a slow, hypnotic rhythm. It feels... Makana whispers from beside me, her hand instinctively finding my arm. Her skin is cold. It feels like it's watching us. She's right. This place is alive. This is the borderland of the wild spont. We are close. The knowledge does not bring relief. It brings a new, sharper fear. The path ahead is a descent into madness, into a storm of pure creation. I do not know if I will survive it. I do not know if the thing that emerges on the other side will still be me. And if I do not survive, she will be alone. The thought is a spear of ice in my gut. No, I say, turning to face her. My gaze falls on the small, pathetic letter opener she still keeps tucked in her belt. A scribe's tool against a world of swords and claws. It is not enough. I unbuckle the sheath from my own hip. The blade I took from the Mew warrior is a beautiful, deadly thing, its curved edge still sharp enough to shave hair. The hilt is wrapped in worn leather, the pommel a heavy, solid weight. It is a warrior's weapon. I hold it out to her. She stares at the knife, then at me, her dark eyes wide with confusion. What is this? Yours, I say. You fight! She shakes her head, taking a step back. Kyle, no, I'm not... I can't... You will, I say, my voice harder than I intend. I step forward, closing the space between us. I am a mountain of scarred flesh, and she is a sapling in my shadow. The old power dynamic, the one of monster and prey, rears its ugly head, but I shove it down. This is not about dominance. This is about survival, her survival. I take her hand, her small, ink-stained fingers cold in my massive grasp. I press the hilt of the knife into her palm and curl her fingers around it. Hold it, I command, my voice a low growl. Feel the weight. It is not a part of you. It is a tool, like your needle, like your flint. She is trembling, but she holds the knife. It looks impossibly large in her hand. The first lesson, I say, moving to stand behind her, my body a wall of warmth at her back, is the stance. I place my hands on her shoulders, my touch as gentle as I can make it. I turn her to face an imaginary opponent, one of the twisted, shimmering trees. I move her feet with my own, positioning them shoulder-width apart. Balance, I grunt. Power comes from the ground, not the arm. We spend the next hour in the sickly green light of the glowing moss. I teach her. I show her how to hold the blade, how to use its edge, not its point. I show her where to strike, the throat, the eyes, the soft space under the arm. I move her body with my own, guiding her through the simple, brutal dance of combat. She is a clumsy student at first, her movements stiff and awkward. But she is clever. She learns quickly. She listens to my guttural instructions, her brow furrowed in concentration. The fear in her eyes is slowly replaced by a focused determination. I show her a simple parry, how to turn an opponent's blade away. I stand before her, my massive forearm acting as the incoming sword. "Block," I command. She raises the knife, her small arm trembling with the effort. She meets my arm, the steel scraping against my hardened hide. "Again," I say. We repeat the motion over and over. Her block becomes stronger, more confident. The blade is no longer a tool in her hand. It is becoming an extension of her will. "Good," I rumble, a strange, unfamiliar pride swelling in my chest. She is flushed with exertion, her dark hair stuck to her temples with sweat, her eyes shining with a fierce new light. She is no longer a survivor. She is a fighter. The sight of her, so fierce, so alive, so full of a desperate, beautiful strength, triggers something in me. A memory, not of the ambush, not of the pain, but of this. Of training. The sun is bright on the snow of the Stonefang Valley. The air is clean and cold. I am sparring with her, my mate. Her name is Lyra. She is a warrior, as fierce as any male in the clan. Her laughter is a wild, free thing as she ducks under my clumsy swing, the flat of her axe tapping me sharply on the ribs. "Too slow, my love," she teases, her eyes, the color of a winter sky, dancing with mischief. "You are thinking with your muscles, not your head." The memory is so vivid, so complete, that I stumble back, a low groan of pure, unadulterated grief tearing from my throat. The pain of it is a physical blow, stealing the air from my lungs. "Kale?" Makana's voice is sharp with alarm. She drops the knife, taking a step toward me, her face wearing a mask of concern. "What is it? What's wrong?" I cannot speak. I press my hand to my chest, to the great, swirling scar that covers the heart that broke the day I lost her. The ghost of Lyra, of her laughter, of her touch, is a fresh, bleeding wound. Makana is before me now, her small hands on my arm. "Talk to me," she pleads. "Please." I look at her, at the deep, unwavering empathy in her dark eyes. She is not afraid of my pain. She is not repulsed by my grief. She is simply here. And I know I have to tell her. She deserves the truth. She deserves to know about the ghost that haunts the man who has claimed her as his mate. "I remembered," I say, the word sounding like a rough, painful rasp. "Her." Makana's face does not change. There is no jealousy, no anger, only a quiet, patient waiting. "My mate." I force the word out. It feels like a betrayal to say it to another. "Before, in my clan." I am terrified. I am terrified she will see herself as a replacement, a pale shadow of a memory she can never compete with. I'm terrified she will pull away, that the fragile trust we have built will shatter. She does not pull away. She moves closer, her hand sliding from my arm to rest over my heart, her warmth a steady presence against the cold ache of my grief. "What was her name?" she asks softly. The question is a gift. It is not an accusation. It is an invitation. "Lyra," I whisper, the name a ghost on my lips. She was the sun on the snow. She was fierce. She taught me how to fight with my head, not just my fists. The memories pour out of me now, a torrent of broken words and raw emotion. I tell her about our mating, about the small hut we built with our own hands, about the child we had hoped for but never had. I tell her about the ambush, about watching her fall, her sky-blue eyes wide with the surprise that has haunted my every waking moment since. "I could not save her," I say, the phrase a confession of my greatest failure. "The beast, it took me, and I could not save her." Tears, hot and thick, stream down my face, carving paths through the grime on my cheeks. I do not try to stop them. I am Kyle of the infamous Stonefang clan, and I am a warrior who has lost his world. Makana does not offer empty platitudes. She does not tell me it wasn't my fault. She simply stands there, her hand a warm, steady pressure on my chest, and she shares the weight of my grief. She's a silent, unshakable anchor in the storm of my sorrow. "She was a part of you," she says finally, her voice a soft, steady murmur. "And the things we love, they become a part of us. They are not a debt to be paid, or ghosts to be appeased. They are the soil from which we grow." She looks up at me, her dark eyes shining with an empathy so profound it takes my breath away. "You are not replacing her by being with me, Kale. You are honoring her by choosing to live, by choosing to feel again." She rises on her tiptoes and presses a soft, gentle kiss to my lips. It is not a kiss of passion. It is a tender kiss of acceptance, of understanding. She is not afraid of my ghosts. She is willing to stand in the darkness with me. The grief is still there, a dull, heavy ache in my soul, but it is no longer a solitary burden. She's carrying it with me. I look from her beautiful, determined face to the dark, twisted valley below. The path to the wild spot is a path into a nightmare, but for the first time I'm not afraid. I have a warrior at my side, and we will face the storm together.
Chapter 21. Makana. The world below us is a wound. We stand on the precipice, a rocky outcrop that serves as the lip of the valley, and stare down through the exact heart of the wild spot. The air here is so thin it's a struggle to breathe, and it hums with a low, constant vibration that I feel in my bones, in the roots of my teeth. It tastes of ozone and something else, something ancient and green and utterly alien, like the sap of a world that grew in a different sun. The forest in the valley is a nightmare of beauty. The trees are not wood, but something like living, iridescent glass, their trunks twisted into agonizing spirals, their leaves shimmering with every colour I have ever known, and a dozen more I have no name for. The moss on the ground pulses with a soft, internal light, shifting from emerald to amethyst to a sickly, jaundiced yellow. The very air seems to shimmer, reality a heat haze over a fire. This is the place of unmaking, the place that will either give me back the orc or swallow the monster whole. There is no in-between. Kale stands beside me, a monolith of scarred flesh and tense muscle. He is a stark, brutal reality against the surreal landscape. The strange, magical light plays over his hardened hide, catching the jagged edge of his broken tusk, the permanent, shameful brand of the fused collar at his neck. He stares down into the valley with a kind of hungry reverence, his amber eyes wide with a mixture of terror and a desperate, fragile hope. He feels the pull of this place, the promise of it. He is ready to walk into the storm. And that is what terrifies me. He takes a step forward, his massive foot dislodging a cascade of small stones that skitter down the slope and disappear into the glowing moss below. He is going. He is going to give himself to this beautiful, terrible unknown. Wait! The word is a raw tear in the humming silence. He stops, turning to look at me, his brow furrowed in confusion. The question is clear in his eyes. Why stop? We are here. I take a step toward him, my heart a frantic hammering drum against my ribs. My hands are shaking. The words I need to say are a tangled knot in my throat, a truth so large and so terrifying I don't know how to give it voice. But I have to. I have to. Before he walks into that light. Before he risks everything for a future that might not include him. Before we go down there, I begin, my voice trembling. Before you do this, you need to listen to me. He waits, his gaze patient, his massive head tilted. I reach out, my hand shaking, and I touch his face. My fingers trace the rough, scarred landscape of his cheek, the harsh line of his jaw. This, I say, my voice gaining a sliver of strength, this is a prison. I know that. It is a cage of flesh and magic that was forced upon you. My fingers move, tracing the cold, hard line of the fused iron collar at his neck. He flinches, a low growl of pure self-loathing rumbling in his chest, but he does not pull away. "This is your pain," I whisper, my heart breaking for him. "This is your torment." I look up, my gaze locking with his. I pour every ounce of my will, my love, my desperate need for him to understand into my next words. "But it is not you. Do you understand me, Cale? It is not you." He stares at me, his golden eyes a swirling vortex of confusion and a dawning, fragile hope. "I don't care what happens down there," I say, my voice cracking with the force of my emotion. "I don't care if you walk out of that storm as an orc, with your clan's sigil tattooed on your skin and your memories whole. And I don't care if you walk out of it exactly as you are now." I take his massive, clawed hand in both of mine, holding it tight. "This hand," I say, my voice dropping to a fierce whisper. "This is the hand that saved my life. This body is the one that has kept me warm. This monster is the one who taught me what it feels like to be safe." Tears are streaming down my face now, hot and unstoppable. I didn't fall in love with a memory, Kyle. I didn't fall in love with the ghost of an orc you think you should be. I fell in love with you. The you that is here, right now. The you that carves clumsy wooden birds and listens to my stories and looks at me like I am the only thing in this broken world that matters. I rise on my tiptoes, my hands moving to cup his monstrous, beautiful face. "So you go down there. You fight for your freedom. You fight for your soul. But you remember this. You remember that no matter what comes out of that light, it is Cale who has my heart. It is Cale I will be waiting for. Urog or orc, it does not matter. You are mine." A sound rips from his throat, a raw, guttural sob of pure, unadulterated emotion. He closes his eyes, a single hot tear, a perfect glistening jewel of pain and relief, tracing a path through the grime on his cheek. "Mikana," he breathes, his voice a broken prayer. He leans his forehead against mine, a gesture of such profound, trusting vulnerability that it shatters the last of my own control. "You are my mate," he says, the words a solemn, sacred vow. "Not a replacement, not a ghost. You, my beginning." "I love you," I whisper, the words I have been so terrified of finally breaking free. "I love you," he echoes, his voice a raw, powerful rumble that vibrates through my entire body. He kisses me. It is a passionate kiss of desperation and hope, of endings and beginnings. It is a kiss that tastes of salt and ozone, and the impossible, terrifying promise of a future. It is a seal on our vow, a final, silent confession before we walk into the fire. When he pulls back, the pain in his eyes is still there, but it is overshadowed by a new, fierce determination. He is not just fighting for himself anymore. He is fighting for us. He takes my hand, his massive fingers lacing with my own, and together we turn and begin our descent into the centre of the wild spont. The air grows thicker with every step, the humming vibration intensifying until it feels like the world is singing a single, deafening note. The glowing moss is soft and spongy under my feet, and the iridescent trees seem to watch us pass, their twisted branches like silent, judging arms. We reach the centre of the valley. It is a perfect circle of flattened, glowing grass, the air so thick with raw power it is almost a liquid. In the very centre, the light is brightest, a column of pure white energy that reaches from the ground to the unseen sky, a pillar of creation itself. This is the heart, the crucible. Kyle looks at me, his eyes full of love so profound it takes my breath away. He squeezes my hand once, a final silent promise, and then he lets go. He takes a step toward the light. I must admit, a voice, smooth as silk and cold as the grave, echoes through the clearing. I am touched. It is a pity such a poignant moment must be interrupted. We both freeze. We turn. He is sitting on a throne of black, polished stone that has been conjured from the very air, his posture relaxed, as if he is merely a spectator at a particularly interesting gladiatorial game. Lord Malachor. He is dressed in immaculate black silks, a single ruby-red xanthonite brooch pinned at his throat. His handsome face is a mask of bored, aristocratic amusement. Vexia stands beside him, a silent, beautiful spectre in her dark purple robes, her violet eyes alight with a cold, clinical curiosity. My blood turns to ice in my veins. It is impossible. There were no tracks, no scent. How? Malachor seems to read my thoughts. He smiles, a thin, cruel curve of his lips. You have been a most entertaining quarry, Mikana, but the hunt must, regrettably, come to an end. He raises a hand. In it, he holds a small, familiar object, a crudely carved wooden bird, the one Kale made for me. Fenris was most apologetic, Malachor says, his voice dripping with false sympathy. He asked me to give you this, a token of his regret. The enchantment woven into it was quite subtle. A simple tracking rune, keyed to my own life force. A brilliant piece of work by my dear Vexia. It allowed us to follow your every move, to watch your every pathetic, hopeful step toward this place. He tosses the bird to the ground. It lands at my feet, a symbol of my foolish, naive hope, now a tool of my own damnation. Fenris's daughter. The story was a lie, a perfect, beautiful, soul-crushing lie. You led us to a place my own scouts have sought for a generation. Malachor continues, rising from his throne. And for that I thank you. Now the demonstration can begin. He looks at Kale, his eyes shining with a possessive, proprietary light. Vexia will now perform the final mind wipe. We will strip away the last flawed remnants of the orc. We will correct the emotional imbalance you seem to have caused. He will be my perfect, mindless weapon once more. He turns his cold indigo gaze on me. And you, my dear anomaly, will be my new project. I am so very eager to discover what secrets are hidden in your blood. The final confrontation has begun, and we have walked right into the centre of the cage. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 22. Kale. The wooden bird lies in the glowing moss between us, a testament to my own stupidity, a token of my hope, now a brand of my failure. My love for Mikana, the confession that was a sunrise in the darkness of my soul, has led her to this, to the end. A rage, cold and absolute, eclipses the grief. It is not the mindless red storm of the Urog. It is the focused, killing calm of the orc, the warrior, Kale. And it is aimed at the smiling, silk-clad figure on the throne of black stone. You will not touch her, I say, the words a low, guttural promise. I move, placing myself fully in front of Mikana, my body a 10-foot wall of scarred hide and righteous fury. Malachor laughs, a sound of pure, condescending amusement. Oh, it speaks in sentences now. How quaint. Vexia, it seems your masterpiece has developed a personality. Erase it. He does not need to give a command. From the shimmering, twisted trees around the clearing, more figures emerge. A dozen Mew warriors, their curved swords whispering from their sheaths. But they are not alone. With them are 3 other figures, robed in the same dark purple as Vexia. More sorcerers. They fan out, forming a loose, inescapable circle around us, their hands already glowing with contained power. This is not a hunt. This is an execution. Run! I snarl at Makana over my shoulder, my gaze locked on the closing circle. No, she says, her voice a fierce, trembling whisper at my back. Not without you. There is no time to argue. The first 2 Mew charge, their movements a blur of black armor. They come at me from opposite sides, their swords aimed at my legs, a classic tactic to hamstring a larger opponent. I do not let them. I stomp my foot, the ground shaking with the impact, and a shower of dirt and glowing moss erupts. The warrior on my left falters for a heartbeat, his vision obscured. It is all I need. I pivot, my massive arms scything through the air, and backhand him. The sound of my claws on his helmet is a sickening crunch of metal and bone. He goes down and does not get up. The other warrior is on me, his blade slicing a deep, burning furrow along my thigh. I ignore the pain. I grab his sword arm, my fingers closing around his armored wrist. He's strong, but I am cursed. I squeeze. Bones snap like dry twigs. He screams, a high, thin sound that is cut short as I lift him from the ground and hurl him into the oncoming line of his comrades. They are a wave, crashing against the rock of my rage. I'm a whirlwind of destruction, my fists and claws my only weapons. I break swords, I shatter shields, I throw bodies. The orc warrior inside me sings with the grim joy of battle, the familiar dance of death. But for everyone I fell, another takes his place. They are a tide, and they are wearing me down. And then the magic begins. Vexia and the other 3 sorcerers raise their hands in unison. They begin to chant, their voices weaving together into a low, dissonant melody that makes the already strange air of the wild spot feel thick and heavy like water. The glowing moss at my feet begins to writhe, twisting into grasping, spectral hands that claw at my ankles, trying to root me to the spot. I roar and stomp, shattering the magical constructs, but more rise to take their place. This is their plan. The warriors are a distraction, a way to hold me in place while the true trap is sprung. Kale of the Stone Fang, Vexia's voice echoes in my head, not through my ears, but directly in my skull. It is an oily, invasive presence. Let us peel back the layers. Let us find the beast beneath the broken orc. The ritual begins. It is not a simple pain. It is an unmaking. I feel their magic, a web of invisible, hooked tendrils sink into my mind. They are not just attacking me, they are dissecting me. They pull at the fragile threads of my reformed memories, trying to unravel them. Gromesh's face, his proud smile, begins to blur, his features melting like wax. Lyra's laughter, the sound of the sun on the snow, becomes a distorted, mocking screech. My father's face, stern and proud, dissolves into the sneering visage of Lord Malachor. No! I groan, dropping to one knee, my hands pressed to the sides of my head. The memories are all I have left of who I was. They are the foundation of the man Mikana loves, and they are being stolen from me. The red storm, the Urog's mindless rage, surges back, a welcome tide of oblivion against the surgical precision of their psychic assault. It is easier to be the beast. The beast does not remember. The beast does not feel this loss. That's it! Vexia's voice purrs in my mind. Let go. Forget the name. Forget the clan. There is only the collar. There is only the master. I am losing. The warriors are pressing in, their swords finding marks on my arms, my back. The magical tendrils are tightening, squeezing the last remnants of Kale from the Urog's shell. I can feel my name, my precious hard-won name, slipping away like smoke. Through the red haze, I see her. Makana. She is not cowering, she is not running. She is standing a dozen feet away, evidently furious. Her hands are clenched into fists at her sides, and a strange, faint, silvery light is beginning to glow around them. The Purna blood. The power she does not know she has. "Get away from him," she screams. Her voice a raw, powerful thing that cuts through the din of battle and the drone of the ritual. She runs, not away. She runs directly toward the circle of sorcerers. She runs toward Vexia. "The anomaly is becoming a nuisance," Vexia says, a note of annoyance in her voice. She gestures with one hand, not even breaking her chant. A bolt of black, crackling energy, a smaller version of the one that nearly killed me, flies toward Makana. It is a death sentence. The sight of it, of that black spear of magic hurtling toward the one pure thing in my world, breaks the last of my chains. Not the master's chains, my own, chains of despair. With a roar that comes from the very core of my being, I surge to my feet. I ignore the swords, the grasping moss, the hooks in my mind. I have one purpose, one goal. But Makana, my Makana, is a warrior. She does not try to dodge. She does not cower. She does what I taught her. She acts. She throws herself to the ground, not away from the spell, but under it. The bolt of black energy sizzles over her head, missing her by inches. She rolls, coming up to her knees, the Mew knife I gave her now in her hand. She is inside their circle. The sorcerer to Vexia's right turns, his face marked with surprise, breaking his part of the chant to deal with this unexpected gnat. He raises a hand to incinerate her. Makana is faster. She lunges, not at his body, but at his leg, plunging the knife deep into his thigh. He screams, a high, thin sound of pain and outrage. His concentration shatters. The ritual falters. The pressure in my head lessens for a critical instant. The hooks retract slightly. It is the opening I need. I am on them. I grab the wounded sorcerer by his robes and use him as a living club, smashing him into his companion. The third sorcerer turns to flee, but I am too fast. My hand closes around his head. The memory of the scout's death, of Makana's horror, flashes in my mind. I do not crush him. I simply throw him into the shimmering, iridescent trunk of a wild-spawned tree. He hits it and dissolves into a shower of screaming, multicolored light. Only Vexia is left. She has abandoned the ritual, her face replaced with a mask of cold, controlled fury. She is powerful. She is the architect of my hell. And she is standing between me and my mate. She raises her hands, a storm of black lightning crackling between them. But as she prepares to unleash her power on me, Makana acts again. She stumbles to her feet, her face pale with exhaustion, and throws herself at Vexia, not with a knife, but with her bare hands. She presses her palms, glowing with that faint, silvery Purna light, against Vexia's back. The magical backlash is explosive. It is a silent detonation of pure, chaotic energy. Vexia is thrown forward, her spell dissolving, her body tumbling through the air. But Makana takes the brunt of the feedback. The silvery light around her flares, then dies. She is thrown backward, her small body limp as a doll, and lands in a heap on the glowing moss, unmoving. Makana! My roar is a sound of pure, soul-shattering agony. I start toward her, but a figure steps into my path. Lord Malachor. He has descended from his throne, a long, slender blade of black steel in his hand. A shimmering golden shield of force surrounds him, a perfect, impenetrable sphere. A touching display, he says, his voice a dark, mocking purr. But the game is over. The girl is dead or dying. And you, my pet, are coming home. I look from Makana's still form to the smug, arrogant face of my tormentor. The red storm is back, but it is a cold, focused thing now. It is the red of a dying star, a rage so absolute it has become a singularity of purpose. I charge him! My fists, my claws, my entire body crashes against his golden shield. The impact shakes the very ground, but the shield holds. It does not even flicker. I am a hurricane beating against a mountain. He laughs. Your brute force is useless against true power, beast. He is right. I cannot break the shield. The other warriors are regrouping. Vexia is stirring. I cannot win this fight. I cannot protect her. I look at Makana's body, so small, so still. I look at the pillar of pure, white light in the middle of the clearing. The center of the wild spont. A place of unmaking. And I know what I must do. It is not a choice made of despair. It is a choice made of love. It is the only move a warrior has left when the battle is lost. A final, defiant sacrifice. I stop my assault. I stand before Malakor's shield, my chest heaving. He smiles, thinking I have surrendered. Wise, he says. Now kneel. I do not kneel. I turn and scoop Mikana's limp form from the ground. She is so light, so cold. I press my face to her hair one last time, inhaling her scent, the scent of summer grass and impossible hope. I love you, I whisper to her still form, and I turn back to Malakor. Before he can react, I charge again. But this time, I am not aiming for him. I am aiming past him. I use his own impenetrable shield as a battering ram. I slam into him, my massive shoulder against the golden energy, and I do not stop. I push. I drive him backward, his boots skidding on the glowing moss, his face a mask of shocked disbelief. What are you doing, beast? He snarls, his confidence finally cracking. I am taking him with me. I drive him backward, step by agonizing step, toward the pillar of white light, toward the heart of the storm. Stop him! Vexia screams from somewhere behind us. But it is too late. With a final desperate surge of strength, I push us both over the edge. We fall into the light. It is not a fall. It is an ascension. It is a dissolution. The light is not light. It is pure, untamed creation. It has no heat, no cold. It is everything and nothing. Malakor's shield shatters instantly, a pane of glass in a supernova. He screams, a sound of pure, terrified outrage as the light begins to unmake him, peeling away his silks, his skin, his arrogance, his very being. I hold Mikana tight against my chest, my body a shield around her. The light hits me, and the pain is absolute. It is the pain of the first unmaking, magnified 1,000 times. The Urog's curse, the hardened hide, the fused collar, it is all burned away in an instant, not by fire, but by pure, untamed possibility. The orc's soul, the ghost of Kiel, is laid bare. The memories, the grief, the love, it is all there. And the light begins to unmake that too. I let Makana go. My last conscious thought is not of the pain. It is of her, her face, her name. Mikana. The light takes me. The world dissolves into a symphony of white, silent sound. And then, nothing.
Chapter 23. Mikana. The world slows to a single, silent, screaming moment. One instant, I am held fast against Kale's chest, the solid, living reality of him a shield against the coming storm. The next, I am flying. He throws me, not with violence, but with a desperate, final gentleness. I tumble through the humming, supercharged air, landing in a heap on the soft, glowing moss in the clearing. I push myself up, my mind a blank slate of shock, and I see it. Kyle, his massive form a silhouette of defiance, does not stop. He drives Lord Malakor, a prisoner in his own impenetrable golden shield, backward into the pillar of pure white light, into the heart of the wild spont. Kale! My scream is a raw physical thing, a sound torn from the deepest, most vital part of my soul. It is a sharp sound of denial, of protest, of a world being ripped in two. He does not look back. He cannot hear me. They hit the light, and they are gone. The pillar of white energy flares, a silent detonation of pure creation that washes over the valley. The humming in the air becomes a deafening, soul-shaking roar. The world dissolves into a blinding, absolute whiteness. I am erased. The forest is erased. Everything is gone. And then the light recedes, collapsing back into the central pillar, leaving me blinking, my eyes streaming in a world that is suddenly too quiet. He is gone. The truth of it is not a thought. It is a physical blow, a fist of pure, absolute agony that slams into my chest, shattering my ribs, my heart, my soul. The fragile, beautiful thing we had built, the impossible hope that had taken root in the ruins of my life, has been annihilated. He sacrificed himself. He chose to be unmade rather than let Malachor have me. A sound, a low, animalistic whimper escapes my lips. A pity, a voice, cold and clinical, says from across the clearing. He was a magnificent specimen, but ultimately flawed. I turn my head. Vexia is getting to her feet, brushing the glowing dust from her purple silk robes. The remaining Miyu warriors are regrouping, their swords drawn, their faces grim. They are closing the circle. The hunt is not over, but the prey is no longer here. Something inside me, a dam of grief and rage I have been building my entire life, does not just break. It explodes. The latent power in my blood, the Purna magic that has been a dormant, sleeping thing, awakens. It is not a gentle stirring, it is a violent, cataclysmic eruption. The raw, untamed energy of the wild spont, the very heart of creation, finds a conduit in my despair. It pours into me, a river of pure, white-hot power that feels like it is tearing my very cells apart and rebuilding them into something new, something terrible. I can feel the power coursing through my veins, a symphony of lightning and starlight. The world around me sharpens, the colours becoming so vibrant they hurt my eyes. I can see the individual threads of magic in the air, the glowing life force of the moss beneath my feet, the dark, corrupted energy that clings to the Miyu warriors like a shroud. Vexia sees it. The clinical curiosity in her violet eyes is replaced by a flicker of genuine, startled alarm. She raises her hands, beginning a complex chant, a web of dark magic forming between her palms. It is too slow. It is a child's scrawl against a tidal wave. I scream. It is not a sound of grief anymore. It is pure, unadulterated fury. A universe being born in violence. And as I scream, the power inside me erupts outward. It is not a spell. It is not a bolt of energy. It is a wave of pure, unmaking force. A ripple of silver light that expands from me in a perfect, silent circle. The nearest Miyu warrior, his sword raised, is the first to be touched by it. He does not cry out. He simply comes apart. His armour, his flesh, his bones, they dissolve into a cloud of shimmering, screaming motes of light and dust, which are then scattered to the wind. There is nothing left, not even a memory. The wave continues its silent, inexorable path. The other warriors turn to run, their faces masks of pure, primal terror. They are too slow, the light touches them, and they are erased from existence. The twisted, iridescent trees they stand beside are unmade with them, their agonizing forms dissolving into a rain of rainbow-coloured dust. Only Vexia is left. She has abandoned her spell, her face a mask of horrified disbelief. She throws up a shield of pure, black energy, a swirling vortex of darkness that meets my wave of silver light. The two forces collide. The clearing becomes a battleground of absolutes. The raw creative power of the wild spont, channeled through my grief, versus the cold, ordered darkness of her practiced magic. Black and silver light wrestle, tearing at the very fabric of reality. The ground beneath us cracks, splitting open in deep fissures that glow with an angry internal light. She is powerful. She has trained for centuries. but I am a conduit for a god, and my god is rage. You are nothing, she shrieks, her voice cracking with the strain. A diluted, pathetic bloodline. A fluke. I am his. I roar, the words a torrent of pure, unmaking will. I push. I pour all of my pain, all of my loss, all of my love for the monster who saved me into the wave of silver light. Her shield shatters. The silver light washes over her. She has a single, eternal moment to look at me, her violet eyes wide with the stunning final realization that she is not the predator in this story. She is the prey, and she is gone, erased, unmade. Nothing left but the faint, acrid smell of ozone and the echo of her final, silent scream. The clearing is silent. The power inside me, its purpose fulfilled, recedes. It does not disappear. It settles, a deep, quiet reservoir in the core of my being. But the rage, the grief, the adrenaline that fueled it, drains away, leaving a void so vast, so absolute, that I collapse to my knees. I am alone. I have won. I have destroyed them all. I am a formidable creature of immense, terrifying power, and it means nothing. He is gone. A sound, a low, keening wail begins in my chest. It builds, a rising tide of pure, soul-shattering anguish. I throw my head back and I cry. I cry for the boy who lost his clan. I cry for the monster who learned to be a man. I cry for the mate I found and lost in the space of a few impossible weeks. I cry for the future that has been stolen from me. My cries are the only sound in the silent, broken valley. When the tears are gone, there is only a cold, hard emptiness left. I get to my feet. My legs are steady. My purpose is clear. I walk toward the pillar of white light. It is calmer now, its furious energy having settled into a soft, gentle pulse. It is a doorway. It is the place he went. My life without Kale is a wasteland. An eternity of this hollow ache. I will not endure it. I reach the edge of the light. It is not hot, not cold. It is a soft, welcoming presence. It promises an end to the pain. It promises a chance, however small, of finding Kale on the other side. I take a breath. I'm about to step in. And then the light begins to fade. It does not vanish. It softens, disperses, like mist in the morning sun. The pillar of pure energy dissolves, its light sinking back into the glowing moss, into the very stones of the valley, until it is gone. The wild spot is quiet. The storm is over. And in the centre of the clearing, where the heart of the storm once raged, a body lies. It is not the twisted, monstrous form of the Urog. It is not the arrogant, silk-clad body of Lord Malachor. It is something new. It is the body of an orc. My breath catches in my throat. My heart, which I thought had shattered into a million pieces, gives a single painful lurch. I walk toward it, my steps slow, hesitant. I am afraid to hope. Hope is a thing that has only ever brought me pain. He is lying on his side, his back to me. He is naked, his body a landscape of corded muscle and old white scars. His skin is not the grey, mismatched hide of the Urog. It is a deep, healthy olive green. His hair, long and black, is a spill of shadow against the glowing moss. He is taller than a man, broader than any I have ever seen. He is a warrior, built for battle and for strength. I reach him. I kneel beside him. My hand, trembling, reaches out to touch his shoulder. He is warm. He is real. With a strength I didn't know I possessed, I push, rolling him onto his back. And I see his face. It is not the monstrous, tusked visage of the Urog. It is the face of an orc, harsh and angular, with a strong jaw and a proud, straight nose. The broken tusk is gone, replaced by two full, healthy tusks that curve up past his lips. The fused collar of shame is gone, leaving only a dark, circular brand on his neck, a permanent reminder of his torment. His face is a canvas of old scars, but they are the honourable scars of a warrior, not the twisted marks of a curse. It is a stranger's face. But the eyes, when they flutter open, are the same. They are the colour of ancient sap, of wild honey in the sun. They are the eyes of the monster who saved me. They are the beautiful eyes of the orc I fell in love with. They find mine, hazy with confusion at first, then clearing with a dawning, miraculous recognition. "Mikana," he whispers, his voice a deep, gravelly rumble, a voice I have never heard from a mouth that is not twisted in a permanent snarl. It is the most beautiful sound in the world. Tears, hot and silent, stream down my face. I cannot speak. I can only sob, a raw, broken sound of a grief so profound it has become joy. "Kyle," I finally manage to choke out. He reaches up, his hand, a warrior's hand, strong and unclawed, cups my cheek. His thumb wipes away a tear. "I am home," he whispers. And he pulls me down to him, his lips finding mine in a kiss that is not about passion, or desperation, or grief. It is a kiss of pure, unadulterated, impossible homecoming. He is free. He is whole. He is Kyle. And he is mine.
Chapter 24. Kale. The axe feels right in my hands, the weight of it, the smooth, worn hickory of the handle, the satisfying thunk as the steel bites deep into a log of typhy wood. It is a feeling that settles a deep, restless part of my soul. It is a warrior's tool, but I am not using it for war. I'm using it to build a home. I split the log with a single clean blow, the two halves falling neatly to either side of the chopping block. My body, this new old body, moves with a fluid power that is still a daily miracle. I am an orc. I am Kale. I am whole. The muscles in my back and shoulders bunch and release, a symphony of strength that is mine to command. The sun is warm on my green skin, a feeling I once thought I would never experience again. Our valley is a well-kept secret, a cup of green and gold held in the stony palms of the Pref Mountains. A stream, clear and cold, cuts through its center, its banks thick with filvic grass and the bright, cheerful faces of rarest blossoms. We found it a month after the wildspawn, a place so remote, so untouched, that it felt like the world had forgotten it existed. We are the only two souls for 100 miles. We are a clan of two. I stacked the firewood against the wall of the small, sturdy cabin we built with our own hands. It is a crude thing of logs and mud and stone, but the roof does not leak, and the hearth draws true. It is more of a home than any I have had since the snows of the Stonefang Valley. A movement at the cabin door catches my eye. Mikana. She steps out into the sunlight, a water skin in one hand, a small, hopeful smile on her face. The months of peace have worked their own magic on her. The gaunt, haunted look is gone from her eyes, replaced by a quiet, steady light. There is a healthy color in her cheeks, and her body, once so thin and sharp, has softened into gentle curves. She's no longer just a survivor. She's thriving. She is beautiful. The word is a constant, aching truth in my chest. "You've chopped enough to last us through the winter," she says, her voice carrying a light, teasing note that would have been unthinkable a few months ago. I grunt, wiping the sweat from my brow with the back of my hand. Winter is long. It is, she agrees, walking toward me. She's wearing a tunic and trousers I fashioned for her from the supple hide of a day. They fit her better than the rags she escaped in. "But you've been at this since dawn. You'll wear yourself out." She offers me the water skin. I take it, my large green hand dwarfing hers. Our fingers brush, and a familiar, quiet fire sparks between us. I drink deeply, the cool water a balm to my dry throat. When I'm done, she does not move away. She reaches up, her small, ink-stained fingers tracing the line of the dark, circular brand on my neck. the permanent ugly reminder of the Urog's collar. Her touch is not one of pity. It's a simple, quiet acknowledgement of the scars we both carry. "Does it ever hurt?" she asks softly. "No," I say, voice a low rumble. "Not anymore. It is a part of the story. Our story." She looks up at me, her dark eyes sparkling with a love so profound, it still sometimes feels like it might break me. "I like our story," she whispers. "It is not over," I say. A shadow flickers behind my eyes. A memory, unbidden. The scent of blood and ozone. The screams of my clan. The cold, clinical curiosity in Vexia's violet eyes. The red storm. The hollow aching emptiness of the beast. I flinch. A barely perceptible tremor that runs through my entire body. Mikana sees it. She always sees. Her other hand comes up to cup my jaw, her touch a firm, grounding pressure. "Hey," she says, her voice soft but insistent. "Look at me." I meet her gaze. She is my anchor in the storm of my past. "You are not him," she says, her voice a fierce, unwavering truth. "You are not the Urok. You are Kale. You are the one who carves clumsy wooden birds. You are the one who snores like a grumpy Ursane. You are the one who brought me back to life. Do you understand?" A lump, thick and hot, forms in my throat. I nod, unable to speak. The memories are a part of me, but they are not the whole of me. She is the one who taught me that. She holds my gaze for a long moment more, then a soft, gentle smile touches her lips. "Good," she says. "Now come inside. I made stew." I follow her into the cabin, my heart a slow, heavy drum in my chest. I watch as she ladles the thick, savory stew into 2 wooden bowls we carved together. I watch her move about our small home, her presence a quiet, steady light that has chased away all of my ghosts. And I know the time for waiting is over. Tonight, I will make her my mate, not just in my heart, but by the laws of my people, our people. After we eat, I leave her by the fire, telling her only that I have something to prepare. I go to the stream, to the small, secluded pool where I once watched her bathe in the moonlight. This is the place. I work with a focused, reverent purpose. I gather the herbs and flowers as the old shaman, Bashag, taught me as a boy. The sharp, clean scent of filvec grass for healing. The deep purple of rearsed blossoms for peace. The tough, resilient fibers of the typhi tree's inner bark to weave the binding cord. My hands, which I once thought were only good for destruction, are surprisingly deft. I weave the cord, my fingers remembering the ancient, intricate knots. I knot the herbs and flowers into the twine, each one a silent prayer, a whispered vow. When the cord is finished, I find a flat white stone from the stream bed and use a piece of charcoal to draw the runes of my clan. The snarling tusk, the broken spear, the mountain. It is a crude altar, but it is an honest one. I take the small pouch of salt I've been saving since we first scavenged it from a traveler's abandoned pack. It is a precious commodity, but its purpose is more precious still. When everything is ready, I return to the cabin. Mikana is sitting by the fire, reading from one of the books we salvaged from that same pack. The firelight dances on her face, turning her dark eyes to pools of liquid gold. She looks up as I enter, a questioning smile on her face. "Come," I say, my voice a rolling rumble. I hold out my hand. "There is something I must do." She takes my hand without hesitation, her trust in me a constant, humbling miracle. I lead her through the twilight forest to the secluded pool by the stream. The moon is rising, a full, silver disk in the dark sky, its light filtering through the leaves to dapple the water. She sees the altar, the binding cord, the circle of salt I have begun to pour on the mossy ground. Her breath catches. "Kale," she whispers, her eyes shining. I lead her to the center of the incomplete circle. I take her hands in mine. They are so small, so fragile. They hold my entire world. "In my clan," I begin, my voice a low, solemn thing. the words of the ritual coming back to me as if I had spoken them only yesterday. A mating is a vow. It is a binding of two souls into one. It is a promise to the gods, to the clan, and to each other. I pick up the binding cord. There is no shaman to speak the old words. There is no clan to bear witness. There is only us. And it is enough. I begin to wrap the cord around our joined hands, the herbs and flowers a fragrant, living presence against our skin. I, Kale of the Stonefang clan, take you, Mikana, as my mate. I pledge to you my strength as your shield. I pledge to you my heart as your home. I look into her eyes, and I see my own reflection there. I see the orc, the warrior, the survivor. I no longer see the monster. I was a ghost, I whisper, the words a raw, honest confession. A hollow thing filled with the rage of another. You gave me back my name. You gave me back my soul. You're not just my mate, Mikana. You're my beginning, my everything. I finish wrapping our hands, the cord a tight, unbreakable bond between us. Now comes the part I have both dreaded and longed for, the silence. We wait now, I say, for the war god, to see if he objects to our union. We stand in the profound, absolute silence of the forest night. The only sounds are the gentle murmur of the stream and the frantic, beautiful beating of her heart against my own. It is a moment of supreme, terrifying vulnerability. We are offering our fragile, impossible love to the judgment of the old gods. The silence stretches, a minute, an eternity, and the war god is silent. A breath I had no idea I was holding escapes my lips in a long, shuddering sigh. Relief, so potent it is a physical force, washes over me. I complete the circle of salt around us, the white crystals a stark, protective ring in the moonlight. I mix in the last of the rearsed petals, their purple a splash of color against the white. We are bound. We are protected. We are one. The union is blessed, I whisper, the ancient words a profound comfort. I lean down and press my lips to hers. The kiss is not one of passion, but of a deep, abiding peace. It is the sealing of a vow, the end of a long, dark journey, and the beginning of a new one. We are a clan of two.
Chapter 25. Mikana. The walk back to the cabin is a silent, sacred thing. Our hands are still bound together by the cord Kyle wove, the crushed herbs and flowers releasing a fragrant, earthy perfume with every small movement. The circle of salt and rearsed blossoms glows behind us in the moonlight, a temporary, magical sigil marking the place where our two broken souls were finally, irrevocably, made one. Kyle's hand, his real hand, is a warm, solid weight in mine. There are no claws, no hardened, cursed plates of hide. There is only the calloused skin of a warrior, the strength of an orc, the gentle, possessive grip of my mate. He walks beside me, his massive form a comforting shadow in the silvered dark, his presence a quiet, steady hum of peace that resonates deep within my own chest. He is no longer a storm I have to survive. He is the mountain that shelters me from the wind. When we reach the door of our small, sturdy cabin, he stops. He turns to face me, his amber eyes, so clear and full of a light I never thought I would see, searching my face. The moonlight traces the harsh, handsome lines of his orcish features, the strong jaw, the proud, straight nose, the full, healthy tusks that curve past his lips. He is a creature of breathtaking, brutal beauty, and he is mine. My mate, he says, his voice a low, gravelly rumble that vibrates through the soles of my feet. He says the words as if they are a prayer, a miracle he is still struggling to comprehend. My Kyle, I whisper back, my voice thick with an emotion so vast it has no name. He lifts our bound hands and brings my knuckles to his lips. He presses a soft, reverent kiss to my skin, his gaze never leaving mine. Then, with a slow, deliberate care, he begins to unwind the cord. The herbs and flowers fall away, scattering on the ground at our feet like a final, fragrant offering. When our hands are free, he does not let go. He simply holds my hand in his thumb stroking a slow, soothing circle over the back of my wrist, right over the faded, ugly brand of the serpent. He is erasing the mark of my past with the promise of our future. He lifts me then, scooping me into his arms as if I weigh nothing. I don't protest. I don't fight. I wrap my arms around his neck, my head resting in the hollow of his shoulder, and I breathe him in. The clean, masculine scent of him, of pine and wood smoke, and the unique, earthy smell of his green skin. He carries me over the threshold of our home, a quiet, solemn act that feels more significant than any grand ceremony. He does not carry me to the pallet of furs that has served as our bed for months. Instead, he walks to the hearth, where the fire has burned down to a bed of glowing, orange embers. He sits on the large, flat stone before it, settling me gently in his lap so that I am cradled against his chest, my back to the warmth of the dying fire. We sit in a comfortable, profound silence for a long time. The only sounds are the soft sigh of the wind outside and the steady, strong beat of his heart against my back. This is peace, a feeling so foreign, so precious that I am almost afraid to breathe, for fear of shattering it. I never thought, he begins, his voice a low, hesitant rumble. He trails off, the words lost in the vastness of what he is trying to say. I know, I whisper, my hand coming up to rest on his chest, over the great swirling scar that is a permanent reminder of the Urog's agony. Me neither. He takes my hand, his fingers lacing with my own. He brings our joined hands before his face, studying them in the soft, orange light of the embers. He looks at my hand, so small, so pale, so human, resting in his own massive, green and undeniably orcish one. I am not what you are used to, he says. The words a quiet statement of fact, but I can hear the faint, underlying tremor of an old insecurity. I turn in his lap, straddling his powerful thighs so that I am facing him. I take his face in my hands, my thumbs stroking the harsh, angular lines of his cheekbones. No, I say, my voice soft but firm. You are not a cruel, sadistic, dark elf who finds beauty in the suffering of others. You are not a frightened, broken man who betrays people to save himself. You are Kale. You are a warrior with a soul so full of honour it survived a living hell. You are a gentle, grieving man who carves birds out of wood. You are the strongest, bravest, kindest person I have ever known. And you are my mate. I lean in and kiss him. It is a slow, deep, languid kiss, a kiss of absolute certainty. I pour all of my love, all of my adoration, all of my unwavering belief in the man he is into it. I feel the last of his insecurities melt away under the force of my conviction.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. In the aftermath, our bodies slick with sweat, our breathing slowly returning to normal. He's still inside me, and neither of us makes any move to separate. This connection is too precious, too perfect. He holds me close, his hand stroking my hair, his lips pressing soft, gentle kisses to my temple, my cheek, my lips. I love you, he murmurs, the words coming easier now. My mate, my Mikana, my everything. I love you too, I whisper back, tears of joy sliding down my cheeks. My Kyle, my heart, my home. The fire has burned down to a soft, pulsing glow. The silence of the valley is a comforting blanket around us. I will plant you a garden in the spring, he murmurs, his voice a sleepy rumble against my ear. With Phaegus berries and Rirzid. You will have a place to read your books in the sun. Tears well in my eyes, but they are not tears of sorrow. They are tears of a joy so profound, so overwhelming, it has no words. He is not just talking about survival. He is talking about a life, a future. I snuggle deeper into his embrace, my head resting on his chest, right over the steady, powerful beat of his heart. I would like that, I whisper. And as I drift off to sleep, held safe in the arms of the orc who saved my soul, I know that our story is not over. It has just begun.
Epilogue. Kael. 2 years later, the piece of pine wood is warm in my hands, its clean, sharp scent a familiar comfort. The afternoon sun, a welcome guest in our high mountain valley, filters through the leaves of the tiffy trees, dappling the ground in shifting patterns of gold and green. My knife, the one Mikana took from a dead Mew warrior, feels like an extension of my own hand now. Its edge is keen, its balance perfect. It's a tool of death that I have repurposed for creation. Before me, sitting cross-legged in the soft grass, is the heart of my new world. She is a small, fierce thing, my daughter. Her skin is the same deep olive green as my own, a stark contrast to the simple cream-colored tunic she wears. Her hair is a wild, tangled mop of black, a chaotic inheritance from my own unruly mane. She has my tusks, small and white as milkstones, barely peeking past her full lips. But her eyes are her mother's. They are large and dark and watchful, missing nothing, holding a wisdom that seems far too old for her 2 short years of life. Like this, little warrior, I say, my low voice a soft rumble that is still sometimes a stranger to my own ears. I hold the half-carved piece of wood, showing her how to angle the blade. I'm making a bird, just like the first one I ever made. This one is better. My hands, which once only knew the brutal geometry of an axe swing, have learned a new, gentler language. She watches me, her dark eyes narrowed in intense concentration. She holds her own piece of soft bark, her small, green fingers wrapped around a smoothed, bladeless piece of wood I fashioned for her. She mimics my movements, her tiny hand scraping the wood with a seriousness that makes the great, aching space in my chest swell with a love so fierce it is a physical pain. Her name is Lyra. It was Mikana's idea. A way to honor the past, to build a bridge between the ghost I was and the man I am becoming. At first, the name was a fresh wound, a constant, painful reminder of the life I had lost. But now when I look at my daughter, at her fierce, independent spirit and her mother's watchful eyes, the name is no longer a ghost. It is a new song. She lets out a frustrated grunt, her small brow furrowed. Her piece of bark is not cooperating. It is not becoming a bird. She throws it to the ground. Mine. Bad, she says. The 2 words a perfect, concise summary of her toddler's rage. I chuckle. A low, rumbling sound. No, little warrior, not bad. Just needs patience. I pick up her discarded piece of bark. See, I say, using my own knife to shave off a small curl of wood. The shape is already there, you just have to find it. She is not convinced. She crosses her small arms over her chest, her bottom lip pushed out in a pout that is pure Mikana. My heart aches with the beauty of it. I look at my own hands, the hands of an orc, green, calloused, and crisscrossed with a web of white scars. They are a map of a life I'm still piecing together. I can still feel the echo of the Urog's curse in them, the memory of claws, of hardened hide, of a strength that was not my own. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I wake from nightmares where my hands are not my own, where they are covered in the blood of the innocent, where the red storm is roaring behind my eyes. On those nights, Mikana is there. She wakes with me, her small, warm hand finding mine in the darkness. She does not speak. She does not offer empty comforts. She simply holds my hand, her presence a silent, unwavering anchor until the ghosts recede, until I remember that I am Kale, that I am home, that I am safe. My fingers drift to my neck, tracing the dark, circular brand that is the only physical remnant of the fused collar. The skin is smooth now, the wound long healed, but the mark is permanent. A reminder, it no longer burns with shame. It is a part of my story, the story of the monster who was saved by the love of a woman with the heart of a warrior and the soul of a scribe. A soft footfall on the grass behind me pulls me from my thoughts. I do not need to turn. I know the scent of her, the feel of her presence in the air. Is the lesson in tactical wood carving going well? Mikana asks, her voice full of a gentle, teasing warmth. I look over my shoulder. She's standing in the clearing, a basket of freshly gathered filvec grass on her hip. The sun catches in her dark hair, making it shine. She's wearing a simple, practical tunic of soft, brown day hide, but to me, she's more radiant than any dark elf queen in her silks and jewels. She is no longer the gaunt, terrified creature I pulled from the ruins of a temple. She's a woman in full bloom, her body strong, her spirit at peace. But the watchfulness is still there in her dark eyes. It will always be there. We are survivors. The scars do not fade. They simply become a part of the landscape. Lyra sees her mother, and her pout vanishes, replaced by a wide, joyful grin. "Mama!" she squeals, scrambling to her feet and running toward Mikana on her sturdy little legs. Mikana laughs, a sound that is still the most beautiful music in the world, and scoops our daughter into her arms. Lyra babbles at her, a torrent of toddler speak in broken words, pointing a chubby finger at the rejected piece of bark. "He's a patient teacher," Mikana says, her eyes meeting mine over Lyra's head. "But his student is the daughter of a Stonefang warrior. She has no time for patience." I feel a smile tug at my own lips. She is the daughter of a woman who charged a sorcerer with nothing but a letter opener. Her impatience is earned. Mikana walks toward me, settling on the grass beside me, Lyra now happily occupied with trying to braid her mother's long, dark hair. She leans her head against my shoulder, a simple, comfortable gesture that speaks of 2 years of shared sunrises and quiet nights. "I was thinking," she says, her voice a low murmur. "The garden is doing well. We'll have enough Bergona and Tisret fruit to last us through the winter and then some." "Good," I say, my arm wrapping around her, pulling her and our daughter closer. "And the traps you set by the ridge have been full every morning," she continues. "We have more meat and furs than we need." "All so good." She falls silent for a moment, her fingers tracing the intricate pattern of an old battle scar on my forearm. "We have a home, Kale. A real one. It's safe. It's warm. We have enough." I know what she is saying. We are no longer just surviving. We are living. We have built a life here, a small, quiet fortress of peace against the dark, violent world that exists beyond these mountains. I look at her, at the woman who faced down my monster and found a man. I look at our daughter, a perfect, impossible fusion of our two worlds, a symbol of a future I never dared to dream of. The hollow space inside me, the one that was once a cavern of rage and grief, is full. It is full of the scent of pine wood and cooking fires, of the sound of my daughter's laughter and my mate's soft breathing in the night. It is full of a love so vast, so profound. It is a universe unto itself. "Yes," I say, my voice thick with an emotion I will never have the words to properly express. I press a kiss to the top of her head, breathing in the scent of her hair, of sunlight, of home. "We have enough. The scars of our past are still there. They are etched onto our skin, carved into our souls. They are the silent, ever-present ghosts of the people we were forced to be. But they are no longer chains. They are reminders. Reminders of the price of our peace. Reminders of the strength we found in each other's darkness. I pick up the lopsided wooden bird and press it into my daughter's small hand. She takes it, her dark, watchful eyes, her mother's eyes, shining with a fierce, possessive pride. In this small, forgotten valley, a monster, a slave, and their impossible child have built a new clan, a new home. And the warrior is finally at peace.